Fresh and
All right, welcome back to another episode of Fresh and Buds. It is time for Dynasty. This is going to be one hell of a show. I am joined once again for our wonderful set reviews, our fresh set reviews with Bill from the Spike Feeders. How you doing, buddy?
Hell yeah, I am excited to be here. Welcome. I'm so glad to be back. I always look forward to these. I mean, you can confirm I reached out to you and was like, "Hey, are we doing a Dynasty set review?"
Yeah, it was like one of those things where it was like on my calendar, just like, oh, make sure you talk to Bill. Make sure you talk to Bill. And then like work was like crazy. So then you reached out to me. And we got it going. I'm so happy we're doing it again. And Dynasty's looking to be pretty crazy. And before we hop into it, I do want to shout out to the Patreon, which you can find in the show notes. Helps support the show, keeps the mics hot, the lights on. And also check out the Bud Rush Bellow, the live show that we do on YouTube, me and Gary, aka Mr. Viz, on Wednesdays, 9:30 Eastern. And also, let's shout out Greg, our producer, who helps edit things, and he's the best. Hi, Greg.
Yeah. How's it going, Greg?
Hey, Tommy. What's up, Bill? So glad you're back for another set review. I'm just down here in the edit dungeon. Really excited for Dynasty, and please don't look at any of the stuff on the ground behind me right now because I'm still unpacking. So,
I mean, I guess we'll just hop right into it because Dynasty's looking pretty awesome. Well, actually, I do want to see how you're doing first, Bill. How is everything?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just getting over a little bit of illness. So my voice to me sounds like maybe a little bit nasally or whatever, but it's probably fine. But yeah, other than that, I have also been busy at work, much like you have, like you were mentioning. I'm sort of in a position where I could potentially move up in the world. So I've been kind of working to make sure that remains an option for me. And as a result, I just have had zero physical and emotional energy to do anything except for watch these spoilers as they came out. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, all in all, I have been actually pretty good. I'm, again, really excited for Dynasty. There are a couple of upgrades for my pet deck that I'm really excited to talk about in the second half of this review. Yeah, I don't know. It's been good. Life's been good, honestly, awesome. Just in general.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that, and I'm glad that you're feeling better from your illness, as you put it. And, you know, your hair is looking just immaculate. I will say that, but let's get into Dynasty. Dynasty's looking really cool. This is the supplemental set to kind of kick off, you know, the Emperor's eventual demise, which it was very interesting. But before we get into it, I want to talk about the rating system, which we didn't brush up on it, but it is still the best score you can get is fresh to death, right? So these are your like essentially your bombs, your like auto includes, like almost like deck changing cards and deck, like they'll push them over the edge. And then you get the next rating, which is fresh, and fresh is just, this is good, it's going to be played, and you know, you're always going to be happy to have it in your deck, and it's going to be a good performer no matter what. And then we have stale. So stale is kind of on that cusp of like, you never want to play this, or almost closer to good depending on situations. Is it going to be kind of like dependent on some things that might come out in the future? And and then what was our worst rating? Was it rotten?
Rotten?
Yeah. And these are just the worst cards ever. And you know, we've gotten some stuff wrong before. We've gotten some stuff right. Oh, yeah. Definitely, I know that I've gotten a lot of Runeblade cards wrong. I never, you know, the buds out there never let it down that I gave some of the Runeblade cards from Everfest some not so great ratings, but you know, we wanted to. I wanted to make sure nobody played them because I didn't want to play against them. And
Yeah, you have to have some amount of internal self-interest when it comes to talking about these cards.
So, without further ado, let's start. And we're going to go in card number order. So we're going to start with the Fabled here and work our way down. The Fabled, this is Sunday. So Worlds is going on right now. The top 8's happening right now. I know Michael Hamilton won his first round. And all of you listening already know what happened. So we're going to find out when we're done recording, which is kind of fun. Now, at Worlds in San Jose, Command and Conquer was spoiled as the Fable. It's an alt art, like full art Command and Conquer. I've been calling it looks very Baroque looking.
Yeah.
And if you don't know what Command and Conquer is, it's a 2-for-6 generic 3-block hits, destroys all cards and all arsenals, and can't be defended by defense reactions.
Yeah. So, I mean, a pretty common and ubiquitous card, especially when it comes to pro play. But the only thing I want to say about this in terms of I know that you said you have thoughts about this.
I do.
And I think I know what your thoughts are. I kind of guessed this, and I don't remember which of the Living Legends podcast episodes it was, but I also remember saying to Elliot, who was also from the Spike Feeders, that I figured that Command and Conquer was going to be one of the like the War Room trophies. The Relics of War or whatever it was. I kind of like, I had an idea that was going to happen, and then it like didn't end up happening and whatever, but then Command and Conquer did end up being the Fabled. So in a way, I did call a Command and Conquer reprint in like a new fancy treatment. So I feel good about that. But yeah, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about this Fabled?
Well, I'll start with the rating. It is a fresh, like a high fresh card, right? This is no doubt one of the best cards, in the game. Maybe even closer to Fresh to Death, but has fallen off as of late. Mm-hmm. I personally was like a little bit upset that this was the Fabled, and not to say that I did not want Command and Conquer in the set, because I did want it in the set, almost in the vein that you kind of mentioned, because we saw the Emperor, which we're going to talk about next, and I was like, oh, well, that'd be cool. This is a great time to kind of give us like a Marvel Command and Conquer, a real cool chase card. I would have liked to have seen something a little bit different as a Fable, because I mean, a reprint as a Fable felt a little weird for me. Although I've never opened a Fable, so I can't get too mad. I'm never going to open this. So, but, and we'll get to it later. There were some light cards that were spoiled, and there was no shadow cards spoiled, which,
That's true.
Was a little sad for me as a Leviathan player. And I think this set as a whole is not really that exciting for Leviathan, but some exciting stuff for other things. But those are my thoughts. I'm not too salty about it, but like, it's one of those things like I would have liked something a little bit different.
I was kind of hoping that it would be a Majestic that then got the Relic of War treatment, because then it does actually introduce more copies of Command and Conquer into the world. Mm-hmm. Also, this breaks the chain or the current pattern that sets have had for Fableds, because they're usually either landmarks or gems, and they were like, they were cool cards that weren't necessarily overtly playable. Like, they have cool effects, but there are upsides and downsides to them. This is just straight up like, this is a card that is good, which, like you said, like it does kind of feel bad in that sense. I don't know. Like, it's definitely a divisive pick for a Fabled.
Sure.
I will probably need to get a playset of them, which also makes me upset. So.
Yeah, it's like the first Fable that like you want a playset of. So
yeah, that you need 3 of, which feels like pretty bad, which will also then probably mean that their price is going to be like disproportionately higher than others. But anyway, so that's we can start moving on. I think everybody has their own thoughts, and those are mine.
But as a card, high fresh, low fresh to death,
easy fresh.
Yeah. Next, we do have the Emperor, which is completely tied to Command and Conquer. We saw it spoiled at Pro Tour Leo, I believe. This is Emperor Drakai of Aesir. Now, this is a legendary. He is a young hero, 4 attack, 15 health. It is Royal Draconic Warrior Wizard. So, this is the first time we've seen double class, and his text says you may only have red cards in your deck, and he has an action that says 3 resources, search your deck for Command and Conquer, the card we just talked about, attack with it, then shuffle.
Mm-hmm. I think that this card is likely not going to make very many waves in competitive formats. I think it is going to be like, I would love to make a UPF deck for the Emperor. I think that would be super fun. I think the fact that you can have your playset of fabled Command and Conquers and then search for them to make sure that you're showing your opponent that you've spent more money than they have. I think that's really funny. So I think he's like, I think I would say stale. I don't think he's necessarily bad, but I don't think he's competitive. I think that he's fun and cool, and I also think the fact that he only comes in young is actually kind of a spoiler for the assassin hero.
yeah.
Looking back,
which we will get to. Yeah, I'm with you on the stale. It would have to take for like blitz, like we're thinking like competitive blitz. It would have to take wanting Command and Conquer like on demand being really good for Emperor to be good. Although it is kind of cool that the Emperor can kind of like swing a sword, cast a spell, so it is very much split damage, which is cool.
There's very much a possibility that he could be better just based on that, like you said, the dual class interactions. I haven't really put too much thought into it, so I could be totally off base on that, but it does also feel like there isn't a ton of overlap between Wizard and Warrior stuff. Like, it is cool that he has the option, but I don't know if there's any broken combinations of cards that you can play between those two classes. So yeah, like there is a possibility at some point that if we get like a battle mage that isn't a rune blade, like we get a wizard that then cares about attacking, then like he could just get buffed because of that. It's kind of like a Shyana situation where he has the ability to get better over time. But at this point, I think he's a fun hero.
Absolutely.
I want a copy of him. I want to make a UPF deck, but only for UPF.
Yeah. Next, we have 3 cards that are kind of similar. I'll let you kind of take the reins on these, Bill.
Okay, so yeah, we have 3 very interesting cards. They are Dust from the Golden Plains, Dust from the Red Desert, and Dust from the Shadow Crypts. All 3 of them are Draconic Illusionist actions. They are Ash as well. They all are red, and they all cost 0. They all block for 3, and none of them have Go Again. Then they each have, the first one is, it has the material, just like the regular ashes do. While this is under a permanent other than Themai, that permanent has Phantasm. So if you invoke Themai onto this one specifically, then it doesn't have Phantasm, which is like a benefit. The one from the Red Desert is for Vincerikai, to give him not Phantasm. And the final one, the Shadow Crypts, is for Necria. These are super weird. The fact that they're actions that don't have Go Again, that are also ashes that work for very specific dragons, I don't get it. Like, ashes are so easy for Dromai to come across. I mean, maybe sometimes you just need that one extra ash, but the fact that this doesn't have Go Again makes it that much more awkward to actually put into a turn. So I don't know. I the fact that they printed 3 of them
And not all
makes
of them.
me and not all of them. The fact that they printed 3 instead of just like one of them for one of the, like, they must have thought that this was going to make waves. So there might be something that they're setting up for in the future. Like, maybe there's going to be something for Dromai that's like, oh, search your deck for an ash and put it into play or whatever. Like, there might be something along the lines of that coming soon. But as of right now, I think these are pretty rotten.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm that low on them. Now, the 3 of them just having 3 or whatever, obviously I think there's probably going to be some lore piece that they'll put out to kind of explain why Necria, Vincerikai, and Themai are the important ones. I will say these are great, not great, but I think these will probably live in sideboard for... I guess poppers, right? Like, if you think you're going to run to a lot of poppers and like you don't care that it doesn't have Go Again, it's like a fine turn 1 play, or turn 0 play. It blocks for 3 and it pitches for red, which Dromai cares about. It basically, I think it will boil down to how much does Dromai care about these specific dragons getting popped.
Mm-hmm.
Vincinder Kai is one that is very interesting. That forces your opponent to attack it, right? Because that one's like a must block, you know?
Yeah, that one's a big damage dealer. I could also, with that being said, I could see the one for Themai, because Themai in specific matchups like just wins the game, like against Icelander or Kano. I like they usually can't play through Themai, so making it so that they have one fewer option if they were to sideboard in like Command and Conquers or whatever just to pop your stuff. I could see it there, like as you said, like as a turn 0 play and then going into Themai on top of it. I could see that, but yeah, I just think right now they're like just a little awkward outside of turn 1. But the fact that they do block for 3, that's a bonus. The fact that they all pitch for red, which is relevant to the deck, also a bonus. Yeah, I would love to be proven wrong on these, especially because again, I think that they were putting a lot of effort into this, or they wanted this to be something that was like really important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have printed 3 of them at Majestic.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to land on probably a stale that could probably get pushed up to a fresh sideboard card. It all depends on how much Dromai eventually will care about the no Phantasm, which you know I will say all 3 of those dragons with no Phantasm like pushes them pretty high. So
yeah, like again, not being able to pop a Themai or even a Necria, like Necria is a lot of value over the course of the game. So
yeah, so we'll see where they land. Really cool. I don't hate that they're in here, and I think it's kind of neat. Hope to see all of them at some point. That'd be kind of neat. The next card is, I think, will go down in history as the most iconic card from this set. It is Rock. Rock is the new brute weapon, 2-handed, it's a Majestic, and it attacks for 7 for 3 resources. However, you can only activate this if you have nothing left in your hand. You need no hands, or your hand to be totally free to pick up this rock and swing with it. And also, damage that would be dealt by rock can't be prevented. So things like Oasis Respite, stuff like that, not very good against rock. What do you think here?
I mean, it takes a little bit of doing, but 7 damage is a lot of damage. I would probably say low fresh. I'm not a brute player myself, so I don't know specifically, but there is a card here that does make this like slightly easier to work with. It is, again, still awkward that like even if you have one card in hand and you want to pitch to play this, you have to have the card out of your hand first. Like it is not an easy card to work with, but I think the payoff is pretty big. It's a big rock.
It really is. And like ideally you're going to want to have done something with Go Again into this. You know, you're going to need something like Final Spring Tunic, Epots to activate it. But, you know, from what I've seen, this card, when it is working, is pretty awesome. I think it will probably end up in the meme category with, you know, some support being added later that could really push it into like a high fresh. But I'm with you. It's like it's teetering on that like stale and fresh area, but it is the coolest card in the set, honestly.
It's hard not to love brute weapon - rock.
It's so cool. Can you tell us what beaten trackers are?
Yeah, this is actually one that I don't think I saw until like maybe just right now. I don't think it got spoiled before today, but Beaten Trackers is a brute equipment legs. They're rare. They block for 1 and have battle worn, so they go down to 0 when you block with them once. And they say, whenever you discard a random card with 6 or more attack, you may destroy this. If you do, gain 1 action point. So it's very similar to the Levia boots, right? The hooves of the Shadow Beast.
Yep.
Yeah. But just for regular brutes. I don't hate these because it is a May, so you can choose your time for when you actually want to get that extra action point. And it's kind of just like a guaranteed scab skins, like a hitting a 3 or 4 on a scab skins one time. which isn't horrendous. I don't know if these would be necessarily played over scab skins, but I mean, scab skins, you have the potential of just losing your turn, which really, really hurts. And I know because that's why I don't play Brute. Happened to me too many times.
It's still happening to me, my friend. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but genuinely, I don't hate these. I think they're solid, especially for rare equipment. I would say probably fresh. Like I don't think that they're necessarily doing anything super crazy or new, but I think they're totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think this is something that, much like the hooves of the Shadow Beast, we'll see play in Blitz. Right? You're not going to see this really in a whole lot of CC lists, but in Blitz, if you want to race, this is the card, right? Blocks 1, which is great already, like totally fine, sticks around, and then gives you that nice little go off turn when you need it. Yeah, I think it's going to be a totally fine, not only budget option, but like probably relevant in some Blitz matchups. So yeah, fresh is good for that.
And the fact that it's just battle worn too. Like I love battle worn.
It's anyway. We need more battle worn.
Yeah.
Next week,
exciting Brute cards now.
This one's crazy. So this is Savage Beatdown. This is a majestic Brute attack action. Has 6 attack, of course, 3 defense. Mm-hmm. It pitches for red and costs 3. Play Savage Beatdown only if you've discarded a card with 6 or more attack this turn. As an additional cost to play Savage Beatdown, discard a random card. If the discarded card has 6 or more attack, Savage Beatdown has +6 attack. So this is a big setup turn card, right? You kind of want to throw this in the arsenal, maybe do like a wild ride into Savage Beatdown, with your whole 5-card hand. If you do that, you go 6 and then 12, which is good.
That's pretty big.
It's pretty big. This is the brutest Brute card I've ever seen. This is wild. However, I think after playing with it, I think I'm a little bit closer to low fresh than maybe initially I would have thought. Maybe even bordering on high stale. I think the setup here is so much, because not only do you have to set up already having discard something, and then you have to have a card to discard for it, and then on top of that, it costs 3. Sure, you're getting a lot of value for all that resources you're kind of pouring into this, but it's really hard to do, and when you do it, it will be good, but maybe you said that maybe it's a one of in Rhinar for like the last turn.
Yeah. Like sometimes if you're able to get it off, like, I can probably win the game, but it's not something you want to really hinge your game plan around. I think I'm right there with you. I think I'm around stale. I saw a lot of discussion around this, and I do like the concept of it, where it's like, if you do all these things right, all these things that Brutes love to do, then this attacks for 1 billion. But it's just a lot to put into a single card. And there's like 2 different layers of randomness as well. Like if at any point during this you discard, like you're like, I only have a Barraging Beatdown left in my hand, like this just doesn't do anything. It's just a regular attack. yeah, which is it's like a lot, and it's cool. Maybe a one of, so kind of bordering on that teeter of good to not so good. What's Skullcrack do? Skullcrack, I think, is crazy. It is a Brute attack action, just a regular one, so this can go in any Brute deck. It pitches for red, costs 2, attacks for 6, and blocks for 3. And it has a very, very simple line of text. When Skullcrack is discarded at random, gain 1 resource. I think that this card is fresh to death for Brute decks. I think that this is the most auto-include card I've ever seen in this game. Yeah, this card's like just straight value, because like you're totally happy playing a 2 for 6, and then the random chance that you get a little bit of bonus is even great. And I will say, fresh to death, but also I love the flavor text, because we don't get a lot of flavor text in Flesh and Blood. This one, awesome. Like most fruits of the forest, the good parts inside the shell. Yeah, and of course, for the audio listeners, the thing that makes that better is the art is a big brute man palming a man's head like a basketball.
Oh my god, that was Yazi's spoiler, and I couldn't think of a better card for Yazi the spoil.
No, that's a perfect, like, actually 100% match for Yazi.
Next is another crazy brute card. This is Berserk.
Please tell us about Berserk.
Oh my god! So this is a yellow pitches for 2, brute action, non-attack action, costs 1, defense for 3. It says until end of turn, whenever you discard a random card with 6 or more attack, banish it. If you do, reveal the top card of your deck. If it has 6 or more attack, draw a card, and then Berserk also has go again. This card is fresh to death in Rhinar, right? This you can actually have the most insane turns with this. I've been playing with it. You can get over 30 damage just by starting your turn with this card. You know, it makes your like pulpings and wild ride. And then if you roll well on scab skins without those, you can still extend a crazy, insane turn. This is fresh to death if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, like I think that it's one of those cards. It's almost like ready to roll in KO, where it's a card that's made for like a situation where you're kind of like negating the downsides that are normally seen. And this does it so much more effectively than Ready to Roll did, because like that just gave you an additional chance to maybe hit your thing. This is just straight up like you kind of don't discard cards for these costs anymore. Instead of them being like card negative, they're card neutral, which is a huge step up. And then like we were talking about just before we started filming this, you had mentioned as well, if you do it with something like Pulping or Wild Ride, they become card positive. They actually you cards in hand, which is obscene.
It's so cool. It's so unbelievably cool. I mean, a common thing you'll do with this card is go pitch a blue, Berserk, Blood Rush Bellow, like go off. Like you're just like gonna have the most insane turn, which is pretty cool. Fresh to death, easy.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Fresh to death. This card is such a cool brute card.
Now we have our first rainbow card here for brute, which is a card I did complain about on the Blood Rush Bellow, but you know, it does have some interesting, unique uses here. This is Reincarnate. Can you tell us what that does?
Yeah, absolutely. So Reincarnate, as you mentioned, it's a rainbow card, so it comes in all 3 colors. And the red one costs 3, attacks for 7, and blocks for 3. Then the yellow attacks for 6, the blue attacks for 5. And they all say, when Reincarnate is discarded at random, put it on the bottom of your deck. And I can definitely see why you would complain about this card, because for Levia, I think this is horrendous.
It's so bad. When the name sounds like it should just be like, oh, maybe get back from the graveyard or something like that. But yeah, anyway, that I've said my piece on that. I'm done with it. But what do you think about the card?
Yeah. I think it's fine if you're intending the games to go long. It sort of gives you a little bit more inevitability and prevents you from decking yourself out. But I think that Brute in general kind of doesn't want games to go long. I could definitely see the yellows being played because, you know, it's just a 6 for 3 that has like slight upside in a deck that usually doesn't care about its graveyard anyway. So it's like not exciting. It's an option, I suppose. If it's better than any other Brute options that they're currently playing, I'm not entirely sure. I would probably say, depending on situation, maybe high stale. I think probably settling towards regular or even low stale if it doesn't actually have any more upside than what are currently being played. But yeah, and Levia definitely rotten.
Oh yeah, so bad in Levia. So the yellow's the only real playable one here, right? The red rate is just like not that good, but the yellow is fine, and it's gonna play like a low fresh in control Rhinar, and then stale in like your regular old run of the mill Rhinar, and that's fine. And sometimes a yellow 6 is not the worst. I would have loved for it to be a blue 6, and it would have been amazing. I would have even played it in Levia, but what can you do? Next we got Blessing of Savagery, which, you know, is my life story. This is a brute action aura. So I believe this might be our first brute aura. This is
yeah.
a 1 cost. It comes in the rainbow colors, so red, yellow, blue. 1 cost brute action aura, has 3 defense, and at the start of your turn, destroy it. Then your next attack with 6 or more base attack this turn gains +3, 2, or 1 based on the colors. So this is kind of cool. I don't hate this. I don't know how playable it will end up being, but something that makes me look at this and say this is kind of cool is that it works with Hexagore, which is kind of neat.
That's true.
But like I think the red's fine. It's like it's one of those cards. It's like you play this turn 0 and set up for your next turn. But I think in the end it's probably going to be pretty stale. They'll see some fringe play, but nothing too great.
Yeah, that's like sort of a feature of all of the blessings, because there's a blessing for each class in this set, I believe. But yeah, like the fact that they're decent turn 0 plays and kind of rough throughout the remainder of the game is probably putting me at a low stale, or like a mid to low stale on these. I do think the red one is probably the only playable one, because like +2 and +1 for 1 resource on your next turn isn't like a super great rate. But they do block for 3, and it is just any attack. So as you say, it does work with Hexagore. It works with Rock.
That's actually kind of cool.
So, yeah. I don't think it's super exciting, but it's another option. Like again, having options for like slower game plans is never a bad thing. So
Yeah,
and it does feel like that's something that they're trying to do as well with this set. Like that's a comment that I think I saw a lot of people have, where it feels like LSS is trying to slow the game down, which is not a bad thing. I think that's totally fine. The game is extremely fast right now. And you know, that's why people like CC so much, is you can have slower game plans and they actually function. So I don't know. We'll see.
I guess, yeah, it's also worth noting probably in Blitz, like if you like set up like some crazy turns with Blessing of Savagery, you can like end the game in 1 turn.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, they're definitely trying to slow things down, except for maybe Berserk seems.
Yeah, Berserk is like pedal to the floor.
Yeah, it's like, let's kill you in a turn. What does a Madcap Charger do?
All right, Madcap Charger is another brute attack action. It comes in all 3 colors. Costs 1. The red attacks for 5, yellow for 4, blue for 3. As an additional cost to play this, you discard a random card, and then if the discarded card has 6 or more attack, this gains Go Again. So it's kind of like a pulping, but without the card draw. And it is the more traditional brute discard as well. So I think one of the benefits of the non-traditional, like the ones that pulping have, where you draw a card and then discard a card, you can play it in an empty hand, which is great. But this one you kind of can't, and none of them have more than 6 attack. So including them in your deck is always kind of a risk for things like, you know, like we were talking about before with Savage Beatdown. Like if you discard a card with less than 6 attack, bad things happen. So,
what do you give it?
Maybe low stale, maybe high rotten. I think probably closer to rotten. Again, the not 6 attack is pretty rough for these.
Yeah, I'm on rotten with this. I don't really want to, if I'm playing something without 6 attack, I need it to really do something, and the blue coming in for just 3 is not good enough. So yeah.
It's comparable to like what's that card? Swing Fist. Think Later. Yeah, which is not a card that I've really ever seen played either. So.
No. I guess this one blocks. I don't know if the Swing Fist blocked, but yeah, that's, I think it's pretty rotten regardless. Next we have the Madcap Muscle, which comes in rainbow. The red is the 6. We got 5 and 4 for attack, and then blocks for 3. It costs 3. And as additional cost to play it, you discard a card at random. If the discarded card has 6 or more attack, Mad Cat Muscle gets +3. So if you look at the red here, it's the if you can pull it off, it is the same rate as Alpha Rampage, -1 Intimidate.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that brings us to a pretty low stale. Because like Alpha Rampage is already a pretty inefficient card, but the 2 Intimidates is what really pushes it over. So that's where I'm at with this.
Yeah, I think that's probably the same. Like again, like if it was a yellow 6, then I could see it, because you want yellows, you want things that actually pitch for more resource. You can't just go around playing reds because like these cards cost 3. Like that's a lot of stuff to put in if you're only playing reds. So yeah, I think I'm probably about the same, low stale. I mean, it is a common, so that's like maybe fine for that to be, but all in all, it doesn't feel super impactful. It is a lot of damage, but if it was like a 2 cost, then like, if it was a 2 cost, it would be really good, I think. Yeah. But three just pushes it out, I think.
What is Rumble Grunting? The card, not the not the sounds.
You want me to tell you about Rumble Grunting?
Please, this is a family podcast. No kidding.
Okay, so this is the first brute action, just regular action that we've seen so far, other than the aura, I suppose. But this isn't an aura. And Berserk. That I've already pushed that out of my mind. It's too crazy.
Too good.
So Rumble Grunting comes in rainbow, and they all cost 0. They all block for 3, and you can only play Rumble Grunting if you've discarded a card with 6 or more attack this turn. Your next brute attack this turn gains +4, 3, or 2 for the red, yellow, and blues there, and then they have go again. This is a scary card to want to play. Because you could sort of compare it to Barraging Beatdown, except you have to play this after you've already discarded, which means it's either in your arsenal or in your hand to potentially discard. So like the 0 for 4 is like like outside of every other context, that's a good rate. But the fact that this either has to be arsenaled or you have to get lucky for that to happen kind of reminds me of there's that one card from Everfest, I think, where your next card gets +X, where X is the number that you roll on your die. Where
Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder, yeah. You kind of have to get lucky for it to happen. I mean, it does cost 0, but again, I think that this is being very generous, a low stale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even that high. I would give it rotten because, like you said, like if you have to have this in Arsenal, it seems like that's so tough. And not only that, right? Because there are cards that we see that are good out of Arsenal because like they're just out of Arsenal, like even like Trade In or something like that, which is like a fine card. But you also have to put this card in your deck, and you want to like draw discard at random. So that is just making there less 6s in your deck or more non-hits. So not good. I would say rotten.
Yeah. It hurts a little bit, but
that was the Brute stuff. What do you think about Brute coming out of this set?
I think Brute has some really high cards and some really low cards.
Yep.
I think that we're going to see an absolutely obscene amount of Skullcrack and Berserk. I think that those are just easy auto includes for Brute decks.
Yeah, Reinar's looking pretty crazy, I would say.
Yeah, Reinar has always been like a decent deck to bring to events, and I think with these are like huge shots in the arm. So yeah, I think in general, Brute, even with the stuff where we're like, oh yeah, this is stale, this is rotten, whatever. Like I think just with those two, Brute is kind of laughing after this set. They're like, hell yeah, like let's go.
Yeah, at least the generic Brutes, not the shadow Brutes, but that's okay. I mean, Berserk is fine in Leviathan, but that's just not good enough. But moving on over to Guardian. Guardian's, always seems to get a little bit of love, but we do have a new young hero, Yoji, the Royal Protector, who, spoiler, is not that great of a protector of royalty. He's 4 intellect, 22 health, once per turn instant. You can pay 3 the next time another target hero would be dealt damage this turn. Instead, that damage is dealt to Yoji and prevent 1 of that damage. Now, This is very clearly made for multiplayer. You're never going to play some Blitz. Never play in CC. Love this card. I can't wait to be the tank at the PvE or UPF table.
Yeah.
In that regard, it's going to be like a really cool fresh to death, but obviously it's just not a competitive card, so it's not even worth giving a grade, really.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I want to just say, like, for cards that are pretty obviously UPF, I think that's the grade for them, is that they are for UPF. Or for PvE, like, I would want to play. I think when PvE comes out, I think pretty much every party is going to have a Yoji and a Genus. Like, I think that's just a slam dunk.
So cool.
Yeah, but it's like you're comparing this if you're trying to think about this in a competitive thing, you're comparing it to Valda, and Valda has a super, super impactful effect and only one less health. So,
what does Seasoned Savior do?
Seasoned Savior is a card that I actually like a lot. It's a super weird card, and it requires some working with, but it is a Guardian equipment offhand, so it's a shield. It has 3 defense and battle worn, which sounds crazy, but when you equip it, you have to put 2/-1 counters on it. So right off the bat, it is battle worn, so it never goes away unless it gets destroyed by your opponent in some way. But you do have the ability with a couple of cards from this set to remove -1 counters from it. So potentially, if you're able to get this back to its former glory, this blocks for 6 and then potentially blocks for more if you're able to keep doing it. So the upside is really high. It does require some working around and some deck building to actually get the most value out of it, but it is the most block that we've seen from a card. It has like a potentially infinite block ceiling. So like theoretically, I would love this as a fresh card, maybe high fresh, but like right now, it does require a lot of setup. So I'll say like low fresh. I'm gonna try to temper myself a little bit. I'm gonna try to battle.
I was about to say you should battle more. This card is super cool, and I think and we'll see. I don't know if there's enough support right now for it to be like an all-star, right? I'm probably high stale on it because it's still very cool. And it's like, if there's like some kind of grindy matchup, which, like, as we said, looks like they're trying to do, slow things down, this could be a viable option with some of these other cards if they're good enough. So, really awesome card. And love the art. This is one of the Relics of War.
Yeah.
For the audio listeners, you should check them out.
They all look great.
Yeah.
I actually love them.
Now, next we have a card I really like, Steelblade Buckler. This is a rare Guardian equipment offhand, so another shield. It has 2 defense and temper. I think this is like a really great rate for a rare. I mean, this is going to perform like fresh to high fresh, and especially in like Blitz.
Yeah, like I think this is any deck that wanted to play Rotten Old Buckler. This is literally just steel or power crept Rotten Old Buckler. Like, it is better in every way. I don't think there's a way that this card is worse. So yeah, I mean, it is a strict upgrade over a card that we already had. A fantastic budget option. Every Guardian just having access to another fridge, which is something, they want to get as many fridges as possible. I think this card is absolutely solid. So yeah, easy fresh for me.
Pretty cool.
It's not anything like super exciting, but it's very solid.
Yeah, from a gameplay perspective, very exciting, but it's I mean, it's just a boring card, but blocking 3 out of rare is amazing. What's Buckle do?
So Buckles hold up your pants with the help of a belt.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you meant this card. It is a Majestic, Guardian Majestic. It is a Guardian action that blocks for 3, pitches for 3, and costs 3. Very nice.
Classic.
And it says your next Guardian attack this turn gains +1 dominate, and when this hits a hero, destroy an equipment they control with a -1 counter on it, and go again. It's kind of comparable to Terra Sunder from what is that, from Aria, which is like solid. That one discards cards from your opponent, which is, you know, a little bit better. But this can potentially break your opponent's stuff a little prematurely. And of course, giving Dominate is good. I think it's like low fresh, maybe high stale. I think it's pretty situational. There are some classes that just will never have -1 counters on their equipment. Kind of like what's that card from Crew? Mangle, I think, is same sort of effect. Destroy an equipment with a -1 counter on it if it hits, if it crushes or something. Yeah, I think it's okay. I think that Dominate is a strong keyword, and that's basically it.
Yeah, I can't really see it finding a slot when Terra Sunder exists, if that makes sense. And I'm probably like stale on it. I mean, like the effect is no doubt powerful, but I think in terms of playability, probably maybe high stale. I do have some beef with the art, which looks great, but I don't think that looks like buckling. That looks like eviscerating. No. There's like this...
Yeah, that looks like absolutely atomizing a guy.
I know. It's like, I mean, I've buckled, but like my knees have buckled before. It didn't feel like that. So, oh man, these Guardians are getting pretty brutal. Next, we have Never Yield, which is another Guardian action. This is Majestic. This is an aura. Pitches for blue, cost 3, defense for 3, another 3/3/3. At the start of your turn, destroy Never Yield. Then if you have no cards in hand, draw a card. If you have less life than all other heroes, gain 2 life. If you control less equipment than all other heroes, remove a -1 counter from an equipment you control. Now, this is like a lot of good effects, right?
Yeah.
So if you blocked out
on a card.
Yeah, it's like when does it end? No, so if you block out with this card out, you get to basically get your arsenal or attack with your weapon or whatever by drawing the card. And, you know, if you're behind on life, obviously gain the 2 life, and then if you control less equipment, which might be a little bit harder to do, you get to remove a -1 counter, which, you know, obviously was good with the Season Savior that we mentioned before. Mm-hmm. I wonder, it might be a sideboard fresh. Probably, that's probably where it will live, because I don't know if all 3 modes, like you'd have to get at least 2 of the 3 modes to really make it worth it.
Yeah, like this just drawing a card is not good enough. This just gaining 2 life isn't good enough. This just removing a -1 counter from it isn't good enough. But 2 of them in conjunction are probably good. It is likely going to be the draw card and gain 2. Mm-hmm. Because as you say, like Guardians like having their equipment around. They don't usually break them all that much. A lot of their stuff, a lot of their good stuff at least has battle worn anyway. Mm-hmm. So that likely won't happen. But yeah, I mean, it's good in a matchup where you know, or you really want to have the option to fully block out. Against an aggro matchup. Like it does look like a slow card, but it does give you a decent amount of recouped value. So yeah, I could see like I could see it in a sideboard. It's not super exciting, but yeah, I could see like depending on the situation, high stale, low sideboard fresh, high stale normal, low sideboard fresh.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Now, what are we doing with this Shield Bash?
Oh man. So Shield Bash is a defense reaction, a Guardian defense reaction. Comes in all 3 colors, and it's the first rare that we're talking about for Guardians. They all cost 3. The red blocks for 6, then 5 and 4 for the yellow and blue. And it reads, if a Guardian offhand with 1 or more defense is defending this chain link, deal 1 damage to the attacking hero unless they discard a card. And it's the same text across all 3. So very similar to Steelblade Shunt. And Reckless Swing is the one that the brute one that deals damage. So defense reactions that deal damage, even if it's only 1 damage, it like is a lot. This does give your opponent the option, but it is a pretty significant choice. Like removing a card from your opponent while they're in the process of attacking you, if they do still have one, then is good. Dealing 1 damage if the game goes on really long is good. Blocking for 6 at red is good, I think. Like obviously they do cost 3 each, which is a pretty significant thing, but I think these could close out games. The amount of times I've seen Steelblade Shunt close out a game is not insignificant.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the same with like Reckless Swing, and I think this is pretty good at probably red and blue. You know,
Yeah.
Probably we'll see more blue because I think you're already like it's already requires you to defend, so maybe you don't need the whole 6 if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But what do you rate it?
That's a good question. I think it's probably in a good spot for. I would say the blue is probably fresh. Like same with Brute. Unfortunately, I don't play that much Guardian myself. But from what I've seen and just what I know, sort of peripherally from Guardian, they're okay paying 3 for things. So, like, and especially because the prerequisite doesn't actually require you to pay resources unless you're using the shield that makes you pay resources, which I can't remember the name of right now.
Rampart.
Rampart,
Yeah.
Rampart, that's what it is. So yeah, like if you're able to block even with an like just a totally vanilla season savior that has 1 or more defense, so you can block with that and then shield bash and deal 1 damage to your opponent, unless they discard a card, which again is like pretty significant. So I'd say like the blue is solid fresh. The others are probably low stale. I could see an argument for the red, but I think the blue is like you say where it's going to shine the most.
Yeah, I agree. I'm right there with you on that. Next, we have Blessing of Patience. This is another Guardian action aura. It comes in all 3 colors. It costs 1, has 3 defense. At the start of your turn, destroy it. Target hero gains 3, 2, and 1 life based on the colors, red, yellow, and blue. This is a this is like a Yoji card.
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah, this is a tank card. I don't think this is good enough for any kind of competitive play. You know, you have to wait a turn, and you know, sure, it blocks 3, but Guardian's not short on that. So I think in a competitive sphere, it is a rotten. Though definitely be jamming these in Yoji.
Oh yeah. This is definitely a card that slots straight into Yoji. But outside of that, like if you want to play Blessing of Patience, you should play Sigil of Solace instead. I think that's the argument to make here.
Yeah. Cool. No, what does Shield Wall do? Very cool card name. I don't know if it's any good.
Gosh dang, does it block for a lot. It's another defense reaction. They cost 6. They come in all 3 colors. They cost 6. And the red blocks for 7 base, the yellow blocks for 6, and the blue blocks for 5. And then it also reads, if you control a Guardian offhand, Shield Wall has +4, and all 3 of them have that +4. So as long as you control a shield, the red just inherently blocks for 11.
Nice crippling crush, bro. You know?
Yeah. I think if you really need a defense reaction, because I mean, people were playing Staunch Response in some capacity. I think that Staunch Response is a little bit more flexible because I think those cost 3 or 4, and then you have the option of paying more into it later. Whereas this just costs more upfront. But like these block, like even the blue, as long as you have a shield, blocks for 9, which against a really big attack, that could do it. So yeah, like super situational. Definitely has to go into a deck that cares about that. Like I would definitely a sideboard card. But in situations where you need this amount of block, I think that this is probably a fresh sideboard. Like it's just such an easy 9 block at blue for Guardians. So
yeah, it really is. And this is going to be a meta dependent card.
Yeah,
whether it finds its way into kind of the sideboards, but that's where it's going to live. Is sideboards. Yeah, but I'm right there with you. When you need it, like if this is a meta that you need a shield wall, if someone's attacking for crazy amounts of damage, it's gonna perform fresh in the sideboard. Yeah. Next we have Reinforced Steel, which was one of the cards that we saw initially with the Seasoned Savior. This is a Guardian action, comes in all 3 colors. It costs 2, defense for 3. Remove a -1 counter from a Guardian offhand you control with 1 or less base attacks. That's the blue. And then I think it's 2 or less base, and then the red is 3 or less base. So in order to have this work with the Seasoned Savior, you need to play the red, right?
Yes. Yeah, because it just cares about the base number on the card. And in that case, with Reinforced Steel, it kind of gains 2 life, you can kind of think, because then you can block with Seasoned Savior for 2 and then for 1 again. So it kind of gains 2 life. It does get better if you're able to bump it from 2 to 3, because then it gains 3 life. But the fact that it costs 2 is a little awkward, and the fact that it needs to be the red one for this specific situation, I think just makes that maybe a little too niche. The yellows and the blues, I think the yellow, just because of how the effects work, I think the yellow is maybe the only playable one realistically. If you did want to play this card, I think it's the only one that's playable, because it works on Steel Braid Buckler. It works on Stalagmite to give your opponent another Frostbite as well. And yeah, I think that's realistically, if this was to see play, I think the yellow is the only one that really does it. But even then, I think it's just maybe a little bit too niche. I think that this is the type of effect, like removing a -1 counter. You want it to be attached to something else.
Yeah.
And this doesn't have Go Again.
yeah, it doesn't have Go. Yeah, I would say that. Well, I think the red will see play in like the OG deck or whatever. Tanky decks. The yellow with Stalagmite is good. But it's just like it's almost like a win more, or or too much for too little.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. So it's probably going to end up being pretty stale, to be honest.
Yeah, I would probably say stale to rotten. I think in UPF, where you can afford to not have super impactful turns because your allies are having other turns as well. And as Yoji, you want to be the tank, so you can kind of it's just like in regular, like in WoW raids, where it's like, okay, I need to do this thing so that I can be tanky. I think it'll make sense there. I think it'll make sense in UPF, but outside of that, yeah, I think this is probably low stale, maybe bordering on rotten. It's just a lot to ask for, especially because you can't play the blue realistically.
Yeah, the blues, no good. Next, we do have a card, actually, is pretty interesting to me, is Withstand. This is a Guardian instant. It comes in all 3 colors. It costs 2. The next time target Guardian offhand defends this turn, it gains +6, +5, and +4 based on the color until the combat chain closes. So this is really cool with Rampart, right? Because you pitch the one to defend, or like you would play this first, and then you pitch the one to defend with the Rampart. All of a sudden, you're defending 7. Which is really cool, and it kind of gives Bravo a reason to play Rampart, because the common play in Oldham is you crown and then you Rampart, so you don't really have that extra resource. But this is like super defensive. I think it's pretty cool. I think I'm bordering on low fresh probably.
I could see that, honestly. Like, this does way more than Reinforced Steel does optimally.
Yeah.
And I think not even optimally, just realistically, I think that this does more. But yeah, the thing that immediately comes to mind for this is decks that care about doing things like breaking the combat chain to do things like Chain or like Pistol Dash. Get absolutely annihilated by this card.
Oh, well, no, actually, this one's only till the combat chain closes.
Oh, right. So,
yeah,
I was thinking of it the other way. But yeah,
Rampart's still really good against that stuff. So
yeah. So, I mean, it does. Yeah. Okay. So, gotta recalculate my thinking about this. So it is only until the combat chain closes, so it doesn't work the way that I thought it did against Pistol Dash. So it is kind of just like a defense reaction. You can think of it as like a 2-cost defense reaction. The red one blocks for 6. as long as you have a Guardian offhand still, which most of the time they will. And like you said with Rampart, since it doesn't have Temper or Battle Worn or anything, it will kind of always be active. So yeah, I could see low fresh on this. I think that this is pretty impactful.
Really cool.
Like a surprisingly good card. Yeah. I think it's cool.
So that's Guardian. Something I noticed about Guardian: no attacks this time around. Got some really cool defensive options, but you know, how many defensive options can they really get is the question.
Yeah.
But really cool regardless. You want to tell us what? Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to pronounce this. What is Blazing Yoroi?
Yeah, I think it's Blazing Yoroi.
Blazing Yoroi.
I believe so. Yeah. So Blazing Yoroi is this is the first ninja card we're going to be talking about, and it is the chest equipment. I believe it's a majestic. Yeah, it would be a majestic for the Relic of War. But it is chest equipment with blade break and 1 defense. And it reads, while Blazing Yoroi is defending on Chainlink 4 or higher, it has +4 defense. So realistically, this is a ninja mirror match chest piece.
Yeah.
In the mirror match, this is a pretty good card, honestly. Like as long as you're against a deck that cares about going Chainlink 4 or higher. But with ninja, as we're going to be seeing with some cards they're coming up soon, I think ninjas are going to be pretty incentivized to go past, like way past Chainlink 4. So in mirror matches, I could see this being pretty impactful. I think it probably does stone nothing in every other match. I don't know of many other decks that go that far into Chainlinks, but yeah, I would say like solid, fresh ninja sideboard specifically, and probably low stale to rotten in others. I do think it's cool.
Yeah,
it looks nice.
It's very cool. Very cool. Yeah, sideboard lives in the sideboard. Next we have
Definitely.
Yeah, and this could be a sideboard fresh, no doubt, because like, you know, just 1 slot and it's going to perform great in those matchups. Next we have Tearing Shuko, which is a rare ninja equipment armed, has 1 defense, has Battle Worn, which we love, and has instant destroy it. The next Crouching Tiger you play this turn gains +2. What's a Crouching Tiger, you may ask? I'm going to skip right to it. A Crouching Tiger is a 0 cost, no pitch. Ninja action with 0 attack, has go again, and has ephemeral. It's a tough one. Ephemeral. Yep. Yeah. That's a word. If Crouching Tiger would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, instead, it ceases to exist. Which is kind of interesting wording to be putting on some cards, but
yeah.
What do you think of this Shuko? I mean, we like Battle Worn. Definitely, there's better options. I think the Tiger Strike Shuko's already just a better option than this. But is the Crouching Tiger the truth?
Crouching Tiger, from what I've heard from just discussion about Crouching Tiger in general, I think that this is it potentially is an extremely scary like mechanic for ninjas to have. And it's one of the reasons that I was saying, like when we were talking with about Blazing Yoroi, like why I think ninjas are going to be going like to Chainlink 4 and way beyond. I think there's a line that somebody mathed out that goes to like Chainlink 23 or something.
Oh my God.
Like it's nuts. Like it's crazy. I don't know that giving a single Crouching Tiger is going to be quite as impactful. But again, like Battle Worn is great. This being a rare option, again, like I think I was saying a while ago that I really wanted them to make rare equipment. I think that's something that just didn't exist before, and it's a great design space. It being potentially 2 damage on a piece of equipment at instant speed is like not nothing.
Yeah.
But I do think that Tiger Stripe is probably better for what you want to do, especially because it just blocks for more anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's bad. I think it's just kind of not exciting, not fantastic, but not bad. So probably high stale. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. But what does the Tiger Swipe do?
So this is the card. This is the reason that people are so scared of Crouching Tigers. So this is first Majestic for Ninja. It's a red pitch, 0 cost, 2 attack, 3 defense, Ninja attack action. And it has combo. If Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, it has +2 attack, go again. Or sorry, this has +2 attack, go again. And when this hits, create X Crouching Tigers in your banished zone, where X is the number of Crouching Tigers you control. You may play them this turn. So yeah, this is like, if you're able to do, people, when we were talking about Spring Tidings back in Everfest, like this was kind of the same sort of thing where it's like, okay, you hit with the one and then you hit with the other one and they compound on each other. And yeah, I think potentially, especially like in Katsu, where you're able to actually search this out, I think that this is like kind of an insane card for this specific strategy. So yeah, I'm willing to say high fresh on this one. I could be proven wrong. The Crouching Tigers might be too clunky, and we'll see why that might be the case with literally the next card we're going to talk about. But this specific card, Tiger Swipe, I think is just very, very potentially very high value.
Yeah, this is probably going to be high fresh as well for me. God, Art of War sounds so scary.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Any wide buff is just nuts.
Well, thank God. Whatever Stubby Hammers was banned.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, high fresh for that. But next we have Mind State of the Tiger, which is a ninja action aura. Cost 0. It is a blue pitch. This is a Majestic. Blocks for 3. At the start of your turn, destroy it, then create a Crouching Tiger in your hand. Just one. I mean, like no go. I don't. I'm going to be honest with you, Bill. I don't know why this is a Majestic.
I don't know why this card exists at all.
This card. I mean, I will say the art's amazing, but this is not. It does not seem good. This feels very rotten to me. Am I crazy for thinking that?
This feels like it should be a common. And it feels like it should be like the red adds 3, the yellow adds 2, the blue adds 1. That's what this text sort of implies to me.
Yeah.
I was talking about this with one of my friends, my friend Patrick, and I was like, okay, am I missing something? What is this card? Why does this card look like this? Why is it worse than every other card that creates a Crouching Tiger? Like if we'll see it as we continue talking.
Yeah.
Every other card that creates a Crouching Tiger is so much more efficient than this. And he just responded to me like, I have no idea.
I'll tell you why it's so good. It gives you can pitch it for Kodachis to have go again.
So here's you can pitch the Mind State. You cannot pitch the Crouching Tiger.
No, you cannot.
The only reason that I could see, the only potential that I was like, okay, maybe this is why this card is so inefficient. I think it's the only one. Actually, no, the next card also does this. But I was like, it creates a Crouching Tiger in your hand. All the other ones create them in your banished zone. Maybe there's some reason that's better, having the card in your hand. I can't find the reason.
Katsu's effect to discard?
You could discard it to Katsu.
Yeah, I guess it's like
by playing this card that doesn't have go again.
So here's the problem with Mind State is that you play this out, right? And like maybe you're like, okay, I'm setting up for my huge Crouching Tiger turn or whatever. And I just want to maximize everything next turn. But as soon as you play this out, if your opponent does anything to disrupt you at all, and this doesn't even have to go again. Like if they do anything to disrupt you at all, like it was a total waste. Yeah. I'm just going straight rotten on the Mind State.
I think the easiest rotten that I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
Especially for a Majestic.
Ugh.
Yeah. Like again, if this was a common in a cycle, I would be like, like whatever. It's
like the red would be cool. Yeah.
The red would be cool. It adds 3. Like, I don't know. I don't understand why this card exists. I would adore somebody to explain to me why this card is the way it is.
A blue 0 that turns on the Kodachis, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, now on the other side of the spectrum, what does Roar of the Tiger do?
So this is exactly what I compared the other one to when I was trying to figure out why it was bad. So Crouching Tiger is a ninja action for 3. It has go again. It pitches for 2 and costs 0. And it says create a Crouching Tiger in your hand. Crouching Tigers you control gain +1 attack this turn. Go again. So not only does this have go again, baseline, it creates one into your hand. So same thing that the other one does, except it does it now instead of next turn. And it also is an Art of War for your Crouching Tigers this turn, all of them.
Yeah.
Which then makes your Tiger Swipe go off turn, even without the Art of War. Like it just makes them deal 1 damage instead of 0. It then makes you just able to go off. I think like in conjunction with Tiger Swipe, Roar of the Tiger is an easy 3 of auto include.
Yeah.
It does require this specific strategy, obviously. It's very sort of parasitic in that way. But in the Tiger Swipe deck, in what I believe people are calling Kitty Katsu, which is a phenomenal name.
I love that.
I love it so much. I think this is an easy fresh in for what it wants to do. I think that this is perfect for that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, this, I would probably, I mean, like, this is the deck. And if this deck is good, this is the fresh to death. I don't know if the deck is that great. So I'm going to land at fresh. But Roar of the Tiger, I mean, just is the deck, which is cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very scary. Next
again,
we have,
like,
go ahead.
Just the pendulum swing we've had from Tiger Swipe to Mind State to Roar of the Tiger. Like,
I know.
Such a good card. Literally unplayable. Such a good card.
It's funny, though. I feel like that deck still probably plays Mind State just for the blue. I guess it's something that contributes to the cause, but I don't know.
You can play it turn 0.
Yeah,
and it does create a Tiger Swipe or a Crouching Tiger. So sure.
Well, next we have Flex Claws, which is a rare. Comes in all 3 colors. It's a ninja attack action. Costs 1. When this hits, create a Crouching Tiger in your banish zone. You may play it this turn. It has go again on its own, and the red attacks for 4 and 3 and 2 for yellow and blue. The red's a pretty fine card to play in this deck. I would imagine. But I don't know about the blue or yellow. I don't think is good. I mean, I guess you play the reds, right?
Yep.
And it's like probably a low fresh.
Yeah, it hits the same spot that leg tap does. It's like basically just leg tap, but for this specific strategy. So yeah, I think in the Tiger Swipe deck, this is probably a 3 of red that you're playing, because it contributes to the strategy that you want to do. It does also help you go off on the Tiger Swipe turn, because it does just objectively it adds a Crouching Tiger, so that's fine. But yeah, like probably low fresh. I think it's played in the deck, but probably never outside of the Tiger Swipe deck. Which is fine. I think that having these sort of very specific strategies, they do need this sort of support. So I'm not upset about it. Definitely.
Yeah, it is interesting, and you know, we're gonna see this as we go on. But each class is getting an archetype out of this set, which is kind of neat. And to continue this archetype, what does Blessing of Ki do?
So this one, again, I just want to compare it to Mind State or Tiger. So this is a rare. It comes in all 3 colors. This one doesn't have go again. It is still a ninja action aura. They all cost 1, and they say, at the start of your turn, destroy Blessing of Ki and create a Crouching Tiger in your banished zone. It gains +3, and you may play it this turn. Then the yellow is +2, and the blue is +1. So yeah, I think it's maybe the least exciting enabler or like support piece for it, because it is just another, like, it's a slow setup. It's another, like I was saying with I think originally with the Brute one, all the blessings are just like a little bit slow, but most of them are baseline fine, like okay on turn 1, okay as, like, you know, if you're setting up and you just have the extra time at the end of a turn and the extra resources and whatever, you could play this out and then it helps you out on your next turn. But it's not like it's not fantastic. It's kind of just like a nimblism plus a Crouching Tiger. So I would probably say high stale, maybe mid stale. It's like fine, but I don't think it's. I don't know if it's going to get played in the deck.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I think I'm probably right around you on the stale train. I don't know, maybe the blue. It's like because you just need the resources, but I think there's just better options. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's like a tough one to evaluate because like it really depends on like having how much of a setup turn are you actually going to have in this deck is really the main question. But we've seen the Blessing of Ki, so now we have the Pouncing Ki, which is a ninja attack action. Comes in all three colors. It's a common. The red is a 0 for a 3 attack, 3 defense. If a Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, the Pouncing Ki will have +1 and go again. Which is good for that turn.
Yeah, I think it's probably in the same spot as Flex Claws. I think this one you can probably afford to play, like maybe also the blues of, because it just would gain go again. It's a 0 cost attack, so you can discard it to Katsu for his effect. Like I think that the red and the blue do a decent amount. They also block for 3, which is kind of uncommon for these sorts of cards. Like even the Flex Claws, they only block for 2. So yeah, I think that the reds and the blues, maybe even also the yellows. I have no idea if you actually want to play the yellows in them, but I could kind of see it just as a tech, like a tech card, like an option. But I think this one's pretty solidly fresh for the deck. Just a good support piece.
Yeah, I think it'll be a fine player. We've blessed the Ki, we've pounced the Ki. Now we're unleashing it. What is Ki Unleashed, my friend?
So Ki Unleashed is it comes in all 3 colors. It's a common ninja attack action. Costs 2, and the red one attacks for 3, then yellow 2, blue 1. And they have combo. If Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, Ki Unleashed has +4. And all of them do say +4. So, I mean, that is a decent amount of reach, but the 2 cost is pretty significant, especially in Ninja. Like, you're already running pretty low to the ground, pretty scant on resources anyway. So I don't know if this really sees a spot in the deck. It's very comparable to, like, Flying Kick. So it's possible that like maybe one of the colors gets played in some capacity, like maybe the reds, maybe just the blues for more resources, and then it's an attack for 5. But even then, now that I say that out loud, that doesn't sound fantastic.
It's not setting the world on fire. I don't think.
I don't think that this is getting played in the deck, so I think I can probably safely say rotten.
Yeah.
Like it's a card that definitely the archetype sort of wants, because it works around having these Crouching Tigers. But I just think in the broader scheme of things, just for regular ninja cards in general, like you could play Surging Strike, and I think it probably fills the same amount of want in this deck.
yeah. It's and yeah. It's just rotten. I'm right there with you. It's just not doing enough. And then finally for Ninja, we have Predatory Streak, which we did see because it's the Armory promo. Comes in all 3 colors. It says, the red says create 3 Crouching Tigers in your ban zone. You may play them this turn. It's a ninja action. Blocks for 2, and this says go again. And then yellow does 2 Crouching Tigers. Blue does 1. I feel like this the red represents on your go off turn a minimum of poking for 1 3 times. Yeah. And
especially like
more.
in conjunction with Tiger Swipe, because of the way Tiger Swipe works. You basically double the amount of Crouching Tigers you have. So if you're going off and you play the red one, this actually creates 6.
Oh my god.
Because you have the initial 3 and then you Crouching Tiger. If that hits, you get another 3 at base just from whatever you have from the Predatory Streak. And then if those have +1 from Roar of the Tiger, or also +1 from Art of War, or like whatever, like the red one in this deck on the go off turn actually represents like 6, maybe 12 damage. So again, if this deck is good, I think that Predatory Streak is insane. It is like such a huge enabler for the deck.
Yeah.
Because the rate for this one, creating 3 Crouching Tigers, is a lot. So yeah, I think pretty easy fresh to death for the deck. I think this is like maybe the engine that actually makes the deck hum. Like it makes it work.
Yeah, it feels very like this. You need this to go off, right?
Yeah.
To like really do it. Now, if it's a slower deck, it probably doesn't matter as much. But if and it looks like to me like it wants to just have like some kind of crazy OTK. You want this card. So yeah, Fresh to Death probably in the deck. So
like if you just hypothetically, if you went like 2 Roar of the Tiger plus a Predatory Streak plus Tiger Swipe. I just wanna theory craft this on air for a second.
Sure.
So 2 Roar of the Tiger is 2 Crouching Tigers each, and then all of your Crouching Tigers gain +1 attack. Then Predatory Streak adds 3 Crouching Tigers if it's the red one, so that's 5, and they all have +2 attack. You attack with 5 of them, that's 10 damage. Then you attack with Tiger Swipe, which is it gets the +2, go again, and then if it hits, you create an additional 5. Then you attack with 5 of them, and that's another 10 damage. So that's 24 damage.
Oh my god, it's insane. And like the one that goes to your hand is pretty important, right? So that you can like go get the Tiger Swipe.
Yeah, which you can also get the Tiger Swipe out of the deck.
Oh wait, we should go back. Mind State of the Tiger's busted. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, that's Ninja. Ninja is like I love that they really just made like a crazy new archetype for Ninja, which is really cool.
The thing that's also really nice about it is that, like I was saying, this entire thing is pretty parasitic. Like it plays with itself very well, but doesn't play with other mechanics very well, which I think is great. Because it means that you have to put like a decent amount of effort into building your deck around this thing for it to function properly, which means that you don't just slot this into an existing strategy and just have access to this crazy intense go wide turn. I think that's great design. It's creating a totally separate deck that functions with existing Ninja support, but doesn't bolster other strategies that are already strong. I think it's great.
It makes it so hard to like you sit down across from a Katsu, you're like, are they playing kittens or are they doing control or are they aggro? It's kind of neat.
Yeah,
it's kind of neat. But Ninja's
cool.
Ninja's in a cool spot. I mean, 5 is obviously still crazy good, but
yeah, 5's still insane.
Can you tell us what the Spirit of Arena does?
I can. So this is the 2nd legendary that we've come across out of, I believe, 3. We have the Emperor, we have this, and then I think we have something else.
There's 5 total, I believe.
Oh, there's 5. Oh, I thought
yeah. The Royal Crown, which we'll get to, and something else I'm blanking on, but yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So this is a legendary. It's a light warrior action item, and it's a legendary that is also legendary, so you can only have 1 in your deck. It pitches for 2 and costs 0. If Spirit of Arena would be put into your soul, instead put it into the arena. And you may play Lumina Ascension as though it were an instant. So this is a card that I've had a lot of discussion about this card in the past little while. This card, obviously, it's a very high rolly card because if you don't see it, then it doesn't do anything. Mm-hmm. But if you do see it and you're playing like combo Bolton, like you're playing Sabers and you have the Lumina Ascension and you want to go off, this represents 2 fewer cards in your soul needed to actually go off and have your pop off turn. Because not only does it allows you to play Lumina Ascension, which has go again as an instant, so it gains you an action point. It just like like I don't know. This card is really really insane. If you do hit it, it makes your combo as Bolton just if you hit this card, I think you get to combo. It's like 70% faster than normal.
Yeah, this card is pretty cool. Now you can search it with Beacon.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's very important to know as well. Yeah. So it does add consistency there. It also allows you to start your combo off with V of the Vanguard, which then buffs your stuff even more. So yeah, for like combo Bolton, which like you can kind of say, oh well, you need to have all this setup and whatever. Combo Bolton already needs a bunch of setup. Like that is the baseline for the deck. So having this one extra thing that you can include into that setup that makes it that much faster, I think makes the deck maybe not S tier or A tier even, but I think it brings it up and makes it a more playable deck, which I think is fine. I actually really like the idea of Combo Bolton. So in the deck, easy fresh to death. I think if you're playing Combo Bolton, you play this card in your deck, like without question.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. Actually, I think it's just as good in Raiden Bolton as well because
True, yeah.
Because Lumina is still, I mean, it's not like a crazy go off turn in Raiden like it is with the other cards, but the fact that you can, I think, just like giving you that almost like attack reaction bonus with Lumina Ascension, even just like get through for 1 extra damage with your sword, which is really cool. I think this card is really it's one of those weird cards where to me it looks clunky in design, but it's not. It's very elegant and it elevates one deck really well with just one card, which I think is really cool and makes me excited for what they can print in further set or like future sets. So
yeah, fresh
to death in Bolton. Got to give Bolton some love. He needs so much help because Charge is a terrible mechanic. But
Charge is such a bad mechanic. I also do think it's just kind of funny, just like as an offhand, that this is a legendary item that references Lumina Ascension, which is a Bolton specialization. But this is not a Bolton specialization.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to play in the next Light Warrior.
Yeah,
they're basically saying
it does nothing.
Yeah, I mean they're basically saying we're never printing a Light Warrior that isn't Bolton. Though I have to imagine Dorinthia is going to be a Light Warrior at some point, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah. Next, we do have a majestic weapon for Warrior. This is Jubil Spellbane, which is a two-handed sword warrior weapon. Attacks for 3. Once per turn action, you may pay 1 resource to attack, and whenever this hits a hero and you don't control a Spellbane Aegis, create a Spellbane Aegis token. It's an aura with, if your hero would be dealt arcane damage, you may destroy this to prevent 1 of that damage. So this is an interesting card. I'm trying to think about where you want to play this, right? Because the thing about Warrior is their archetype is usually tied to whatever weapon they're playing. And this isn't a one-handed, so you can't even like do best of both worlds. That being said, if there is some kind of grindier warrior that we're going to see, having this as an option against any kind of arcane heroes is pretty cool. Like it will prevent a bunch of damage throughout a game. So
yeah, for games that go really long, if you're able to make multiple Spellbane Aegises, then yeah, like it works. But I think I'm right alongside with you. Like most of the time the decks are like basically built around whatever weapon they're using, and this doesn't feel like a build around weapon. It feels like a support weapon. Like you're doing something else, and this is just there to help you out with a little bit more defense. So it's in a little bit of a weird spot.
This is something that's going to get better with time. So I think my rating as of now is like stale. I would love to be proven wrong. I think it's a really cool card, but until there's some kind of different thing going on with your warriors, I think it's going to stay right there.
Yeah.
The next card is one of my favorite cards. Like after Rock, this one is just like so crazy. What does Merciless Battle Axe do?
Oh, Merciless Battle Axe is such a cool card. We talked a lot about this on the Living Legends podcast when it first got revealed. It is a warrior weapon. It's a 2-handed axe, which is the first 2-handed axe we've seen, and I'm excited for that already. It attacks for 3 and has once per turn action, pay 3 resources to attack. So 3 damage for 3 resources isn't a great rate, but whenever this attacks, if its attack is greater than twice its base attack, the attack gains overpower, which means this can't be defended by more than one action card. So it's like a side graded, it's a little bit of a downgrade, but to me it's like a side graded dominate, because not only is this a repeatable evasion, like you can get overpower on this multiple times, and if this was dominate, I think it would feel way worse for your opponent getting dominate on this every single turn. Like that would feel so rough. But yeah, I mean, the fact that it's also a two-handed axe that we haven't seen yet, it works with spill blood, which then also gives it dominate, which is really funny. Yeah. Yeah, I love Merciless Battle Axe. I really want to build a deck around it. I think it's really cool. Like it does require a little bit of working to make its effect go off. But I mean, even if you don't give it overpower, even if you're only attacking for 6, you're still attacking for 6. Yeah, like and then if its effect is going off, that means at base you're attacking for 7, which is rock.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this card is. I mean, what would you rate it first?
I think I would rate this just personally a fresh because I want to play it. And I think in a deck that can actually like utilize its effect pretty well, I think it will work well. It's something that we haven't quite seen before, so it's a little bit hard to fully evaluate it, but I have a lot of hope for it. So I might be wrong, but
I'm very much with you, and very much like the Jubil that we just saw. It feels like this is for a different hero than we have currently. Though I would love to be proven wrong that we can play this in like I mean I'm even thinking like just like Bolton or something like that, because like if you like approach building Bolton differently, where this battle axe, like you don't really care about filling your soul too much, just a little bit, and like it's so easy to give the battle axe go again with your soul, and you know, just set up for these like crazy grindy turns and stuff like that. Sounds really cool to me. It's probably a little bit too good to be true. However, I think this card is really sweet. I'm excited to see where it goes. I also do want to say this is not the first two-handed axe we've seen, because we do have Ravenous Meat Axe, but that is a brute attack, a brute weapon.
We do have Ravenous Meat Axe. You're correct.
Which I should mention. Also, I didn't mention it in brute. I think this is the best that card will ever be right now. With Ravenous Meat Axe, but Merciless Battle Axe, I'm like fresh on it. I'm also going to force a way to build it, and I'll probably do that after we're done recording, to be honest. But next we have a pair of weapons. Our first daggers, the Quicksilver daggers, which were the cold foils for this month's armory. It has one attack, and they're each one-handed weapons. So once per turn action, one resource to attack. If another weapon you control has gained go again this turn, Quicksilver Dagger has go again. Cool. I don't think good.
Yeah, because these kind of exist in the same space as the sabers, right? Like as Centauri sabers, they're one-handed weapons that give go again, or that like have go again and can get them relatively easily. So I think like the deck that would want to play this is Kasai, but the support doesn't really exist for it, and sabers are just better.
Yeah.
I think that they're interesting, and I think that it's like you said with Jubil, I think that these are almost like foretelling another warrior hero. Like this is for a hero that doesn't exist yet, which is something that they do. They print cards for heroes that don't exist yet. Like even just with the last set with Vipox. Vipox is an assassin card.
Yeah.
Like just straight up, that's an assassin card. But they didn't, it's not specifically an assassin card. So I think that this is another sort of situation where it's for a hero that doesn't exist yet. So that does make it a little bit harder to evaluate. Right now, with our current card pool, I don't think these see play over any other existing warrior weapons. So I'd probably just say rotten, not because I don't like them, but because I think that there are better options for what these want to do. So
yeah, totally agree. I'm right there with you. Rotten, unfortunately, but very cool nonetheless. I'd love to be proven wrong on them. you know, like a lot of these cards, but as
not,
it
not
stands.
because I don't like them.
Yeah. Oh man, tell me what Cleave does, Bill. Please tell me what this
First
card
of all, this art is absolutely gnarly.
does. Yeah. Oh my god.
If you guys haven't seen the art for this card, it's a warrior with a gigantic axe, like actively cutting somebody's head off, and you can see their like guts and viscera. Like it's gnarly.
It's so cool.
But yeah, anyway, so it's a warrior action, cleave. Warrior action that blocks for 3, pitches for 1, and costs 1. And it reads, your next axe attack this turn gains +4, and when this hits a hero or ally, you may deal that much damage to another ally controlled by the same hero. So Dragon Slayer, basically. Notably, with the Merciless Battle Axe, this brings it up to twice its base power, or more than twice its base power. So it also gives Merciless Battle Axe dominate or overpower.
Yep.
All on its own, which is kind of crazy. And yeah, it just also murders. It likely murders any allies that your opponent has. In addition, so I think it's definitely sideboard, because the 1 for 4 with no other text is not fantastic for warrior, especially because it's not like an attack reaction or anything. If it was a reaction, then I think it would be a little bit higher on that. But I think as a sideboard option in the matchups that matter, this is like an easy fresh sideboard.
Oh yeah.
I don't recall all of the options off the top of my head, but the fact that this does just turn on overpower for Merciless Battle Axe might push it into fresh in other situations as well, like just straight up as a buff. But I am not certain off the top of my head.
I mean, I'm with you on the fresh, and most likely sideboard fresh for now, but this is a great option in like Dory axes with whatever the body and mind axes, and when you're already doing spill blood stuff, and this is just like a really solid buff. It also opens up some possibilities of Bolton actually playing his axes in constructed, which is kind of cool. Now, are you ready for my, not even a tinfoil hat, but like this is my theory time right now with this card?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you look at this card, right? And you're like, you read the text, you're like, oh, this is going to be the Dragon Slayer. But in the art, he's clearly killing some kind of Dread Screamer, Leviathan Shadowbrute card. Now, we know that the War of the Monarchs is happening or whatever, and a lot of the lore has kind of said that there's this like huge army of like creatures and stuff like that. So I think we're going to get some kind of ally army thing in I don't know if it will be in like a draft set or maybe even PvE or something like that, but I think this is very cool. The implications of this card, very awesome.
Yeah, I mean, could it potentially be time for a necromancer?
I hope so.
It kind of, I could believe that right now. That's a good point.
Yeah. Also very good against cards like Doomsday and Eclipse as well. Though Eclipse is not very relevant right now, but Doomsday, I guess not so much relevant either. But, you know, for me it is.
Yeah.
No, awesome card. Super excited for it. Fresh, sideboard fresh. Next we have Iron Song Pride, which is a warrior instant aura. This is a majestic. It pitches for red, costs 1. Put a 1+1 counter on target sword you control. When Iron Song Pride leaves the arena, remove all +1 counters from sword you control. At the beginning of your end phase, if a sword has not hit this turn, destroy Iron Song Pride. This is a really good Dorinthia card. Dawnblade. It's just just doubles up on the Dawnblade. Pretty cool.
Yeah. It's I think it looks like this card doesn't do a lot on its face. Like when I first read it, I was like, this is a lot of like downside. It looks like, because it's like if you don't hit with it, it gets destroyed. When it gets destroyed, you lose all of your counters. It only gives you +1 counter. But sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes you just need 1 extra, and the fact that this is an instant means that, like, you know, if your opponent blocks for exactly how much you're attacking for, or they like they're thinking about your attack reactions, and they block for like whatever it is plus the 3 for Iron Song Determination. You can play your Iron Song Determination and then this to give it that +1 to make it that so that you get another counter. Like this is like a get out of jail free card almost, in the situations where your opponent would likely be hard blocking you. I think that this card represents a lot of turmoil, a lot of dread from opponents of warrior decks.
The card from the dual deck, Glistening Steelblade, already put Dorinthia like right back into the mix, and I think this card just does. I think this is a fresh to death, honestly.
Yeah, easily a fresh to death. Again, it doesn't look like a lot, but it's sneaky. Like this will kill people. This will put people in situations where they cannot come back in the game.
Very cool.
Yeah, I love it. This is a really good card.
What does Blessing of Steel do? This is our warrior blessing.
So another blessing. So this one is the first rare that we're talking about for warriors. Although that's not true. The daggers are rare, but this is the first non-equipment rare. Blessing of Steel comes in all 3 colors. It is a warrior action aura. They all block for 3. They all cost 1. And at the start of your turn, destroy Blessing of Steel. Then your next weapon attack this turn gets +3. Then +2 and +1 for the yellow and red. Honestly, out of all of the blessings, I think I don't hate this one the most. I think that this is like maybe one of the more playable blessings that we've seen so far. Because it is just your next weapon attack. This is something that warriors want to do anyway. And being able to set up, like, especially with weapon attacks, needing the buffs in order to do things, like a +3 isn't nothing. Like a +3 is pretty solid rate. And most of the time you're setting up for your next turn anyway. So I think that these are, I don't know, I almost want to say fresh. I almost want to say that these are like actually kind of good.
Yeah, I think they probably low fresh for me. The red is really good with the battle axe, which is pretty neat. And yeah, I kind of like it. I don't know if I don't know. I think I just like the red mostly. For
I
match,
think if anything, the red is what works here.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it definitely in that fresh zone for sure. Kind of exciting. This is getting exciting for the Warriors, I think. Just to have like the options is cool. Next we have Precision Press, which is a warrior action. So that rare comes in all 3 colors. Your next sword or dagger attack this turn has go again, and piercing 3. Now, if it's defended by an equipment, it gets +3. So this is the red. So the yellow. Oh no, they all get. No, wait. Okay. So
they all get go again, but the piercing changes.
Yeah, the piercing changes from 3 to 2 to 1. So this is a new mechanic for us. I guess it's pretty. It's okay, right? It kind of puts the ball in your opponent's court, where I don't know. So like to me, they're just like, all right, well, I won't block with an equipment. If that makes sense. Like, it's not like you can get them because it's an action, it's not a reaction.
I think the scary thing about this, and I was in exactly the same boat that you were when I first saw piercing, but it also then sort of forces your opponent to turn on reprise. Because if you have the piercing, then they don't want to defend with an equipment. But then it's like, okay, well, if I do want to defend this, I have to defend with a card from hand. But then it's like, haha, I got you.
That is neat. That is really neat.
Yeah, so it is good in that specific situation. The fact that it also gives go again, just having more options for go again, is really great. Because obviously the ones that we currently have are hit and run. Not directly comparable to hit and run because those also cost 0 for go again, which is like gigantic. Like that's just so huge for turns. But I think that this could be played to some effect if you really want to mind game your opponent. It is unfortunate that they can just say, okay, no blocks. And if you don't have anything, then it becomes rough. But I think in the late game, like if you get around a second cycle or something, this becomes like a pretty decent threat. But it is very much mind gamey, which then means that your opponent can also play around it if they know better.
Sure.
But that's just warrior in general. So.
Yeah. Well, what would you rate it?
That's a good question. I'm almost on fresh for these piercing ones.
Okay.
I think it's a new mechanic. It's a little bit weird, and I think I'm maybe a little bit higher on it than it needs to be. But I don't know. I like it. I think it's interesting. It gives them another axis to sort of mess with their opponents with. So I think it's cool. But
yeah, I'm probably more in the stale side, but I could definitely be swayed. To me, it gives the opponent a lot of options, though. The reprise thing is correct. So, what does puncture do? This is another piercing card.
Yeah, so puncture is an attack reaction, and it comes in all 3 colors. It is a common, costs 1, blocks for 3, and it reads target sword or dagger attack gains +3 and piercing 1. And then the yellow is +2 and piercing 1, and blue is +1 and piercing 1. So realistically, if you're able to play this and your opponent blocks with an equipment or whatever, this does add +4 for 1 resource for the red one.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think that these realistically will be played more to guarantee on hits or something, as opposed to for the damage itself, because, there's already cards that add 3 damage, 4 damage, or whatever. And because your opponent is already defending with a card for the piercing to go off, you're not really looking to sort of go over unless you're looking to just deal that 1 extra damage. But to guarantee on hits, like with Dawnblade, I don't think this is horrendous. I think I have a lot of rose-colored glasses for warrior cards in general. I do really like warrior, at my core. Dorinthia, like Axe Dorinthia, was actually one of my first decks that I really played to any sort of real success. So I could definitely see this as an attack reaction option. And yeah, I don't know. I think that these are fine, maybe less exciting though. I think compared to Precision Press, I would probably put these ones at stale, but like a high stale. I think that they're not as useful for damage, more useful for guaranteeing hits.
Yeah, I think the red is where I'd be. Yeah, but high stale for me as well. But I think we're both gonna like this next card. This is Felling Swing. Comes in all 3 colors. The common, it's a warrior action, defends for 3, costs 3. The red says your next axe attack this turn gains +6. Go again. Yes. Oh my god. So it goes +6, +5, +4. Oh god, I love this card. I don't know if it's like very resource heavy. If you're playing with the battle axe, right, you need 6 resources to like really get there. However, I mean, all 3 of these give your battle axe overpower, and it hits hard.
Yeah, yeah. Like
I'm fresh on it just because, but it's probably not that great right now. But in the battle axe deck.
I fully agree with you because I just love big numbers, and God, these numbers are big. I think if you do play this card, realistically, the blue one is probably where you want to be because it does still turn on overpower and it pitches and it blocks for 3. So it's a good multi-purpose card. But God, do I want to play the red one?
it's so crazy.
Sick.
God, I really want to see what they like. There has to be a hero for this. Like,
yeah, they're gonna make an axe hero.
God, yeah. I hope so.
It's got to happen.
Yeah. So I think we're just both fresh on it because we're crazy.
Yeah.
What does Visit the Imperial Forge do?
Well, I'm glad you asked. This one's actually really interesting. I like this as like part of the piercing package or the piercing mechanic in general. So these are actions. Come in all 3 colors. They're common. They all cost 0. They all block for 3. The red one reads sword and dagger attacks have piercing 3 this turn and go again. And just to recap, because I don't remember if we probably did mention it. You mentioned it because you're good at podcasts, but piercing would be, if it's defended by an equipment, it has +3. The yellow one is piercing 2 and piercing 1 for the blue one. I think that this is really interesting in a deck like Kasai, where you're attacking with swords a lot and like Saber Bolton. Like, I think that the fact that this gives them just a buff for the entire turn, and it's not just a singular sword, like not a singular sword or even a singular attack. I think this makes defending on combo turns really dangerous, and not as beneficial for your opponent. So yeah, I mean, whether or not it fits into those strategies, because they already do require a decent amount of setup and a few pieces in order to actually feel like going off, you might not be able to fit it in there. But I think the red one is like probably really good in those strategies. So I would be pretty comfortable saying that these are fresh in those decks, like the combo sword decks.
Yeah. Also, sorry, I just wanted to go back for a second. Just like I was thinking about Saber's Bolton.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a brain fart or something like that, but the Quicksilver daggers. Let's say you did a Lumina turn thing with the daggers. You only need to give one of the daggers go again. Right,
Yeah,
on that turn.
One card on your soul, yeah. Yeah, because I just pulled it up. Lumina Ascension is just weapons. It's not swords or axes or anything. It is just weapons have +1. And then you can attack an additional time with each weapon you control.
So you only need one soul to go off with the daggers, right?
Yep.
Kind of neat. Something we're saying. Maybe raise the rating on it to maybe like high stale.
I'm honestly, now that you've brought that up, because that is a really good point that I didn't think of, I might try to build Dagger Bolton.
That sounds awesome.
Well, I don't know. It could be cool.
Yeah, it sounds really cool. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Oh man, now the wheels are turning. Sorry guys. I'll talk about it in another podcast, but the wheels are really turning now. But visit seems kind of cool though. To come back to the visit, the Imperial Forge, which we all want to visit the Imperial Forge. Yeah. I probably like stale on it though. Still not. Yeah, it's not like setting the world on fire.
I think that this is specifically better with the sabers because it disincentivizes your opponent from defending with their equipment and then makes them want to discard from their hand.
True.
Or block with their hand. So then it turns on the saber effect and stuff. So I think it is better in that strategy, but I'm probably going to be putting this in the Dagger Bolton deck. I think that is very interesting.
Yeah. Well, the secret tech. Edit this out, Greg. No, I'm kidding. Don't edit it out.
Don't let them know.
Don't let them know. Okay, awesome. That was Warrior. I think it's safe to say we're both pretty stoked for Warrior. Even more so now they're at the end, which is kind of cool. Yeah. So Warrior's just one of the best classes. So we're moving on to Mech though. Mechanologist.
Mech has got some weird stuff.
Yeah, Mechanologist, of course, always getting some weird stuff. But first, we're going to get the Relic of War out of the way here. It's the Hanabi Blaster, which is a Mechanologist weapon, two-handed gun, which has 5 power. It has once per turn action, remove 2 steam counters from it, attack. And it has overpower, which we already talked about, can't be defended by more than 1 action card. And the third time you play a card with boost each turn, put a steam counter on Hanabi Blaster. This card is awesome. This card's good. I think this card's really good. I think it's like close to a fresh to death.
Yeah, like again, like I was saying with Merciless Battle Axe, like having repeatable evasion on a card, having this just have overpower at its base, is significant. Like it will become a problem. I think. Even though people are like, well, overpower is just worse than dominate. They wouldn't put dominate on this card. It just wouldn't happen. So yeah, like I think this card's also really good. You can attack with it as early as turn 2. And there are also, I believe, cards coming up that actually add steam counters onto things. So also relevant. But yeah, this is a gun that hits for 5.
Yeah, pretty awesome. I think it's easy fresh to death.
Yeah, I'd say so too. I want to make this deck. I want to make gun deck.
So cool. What does Galvanic Bender do?
So this one requires a little bit of extra knowledge of stuff that's coming up, but we'll just say put a pin in this and like remember it later. But it is a mechanologist arm, gloves, which I think is the first time mechanologists have specifically gotten gloves, which is cool. And it has material, so something that we've seen on Ashes, which is while this is under a permanent, that permanent has +1 attack, and then this also has battle worn and blocks for 1. So right now, as we are currently, if you have no other knowledge of the set, this card doesn't do anything.
Yeah, blocks 1, nice.
Yeah, it blocks for 1. Again, it will be relevant. There's a card coming up in a couple of cards here. We'll circle back. But I think even with that card, it is like pretty medium compared to other cards that Mechanologist has access to. But we'll consider it within the full package, I think.
Sure. I think it'll probably, when the dust is settled, low fresh.
Yeah,
If
I think
I'm
so.
thinking about it.
Yeah. If the Nitro Mechanoid deck ends up being good, then I think this is a pretty decent equipment to have, because of just how it all works together. But yeah, I think I'm about the same on it.
Next we have Pulse Wave Harpoon. This is a majestic attack action mechanologist. Cost 1, attacks for 4, 3 defense. When this attacks a hero, they reveal X cards from their hand, where X is the number of times you've boosted this combat chain. Choose an action card with defense less than or equal to X, then add it to this chain link as a defending card, and this also has boost. So this is an interesting card. It's like a weird,
terrifying.
This is like a weird discard. Like, oh, we're gonna make you block inefficiently. Like, we're gonna make you regret not blocking. This is like a really terrifying boost card. Like, this is something you don't want to see, and I honestly think this will perform at fresh to death.
Yeah, I believe so too. The fact that it is like targeted discard, that you are saying, hey, if you didn't want to block with this card, that's too bad. Like, you're getting rid of this card. I think that is kind of crazy, especially considering there are a lot of cards, like a lot of good power cards in decks that only have 2 defense. So you you attack with 1 card first, and then with this, you've boosted twice. So it doesn't even require that much setup to snag a card out of your opponent's hand. You'll be doing this for 3 or 4, but even in the deck, that's not that difficult. So
no, yeah, three at a minimum is like the easiest thing to do. So
yeah, like pretty basic. But yeah, I think that this is easy high fresh, low fresh to death, because interaction, especially hand interaction in this game, is just so powerful.
It's just a scary card.
I don't want this card to be fresh to death, because that means it's too good.
Yeah. Dash, look out for Dash. And next we got the BIOS update. What is that?
This card, I'm going to explain it first and then say that there's an absolute tragedy going on with this card. So BIOS update is a mechanologist action, blocks for 3, pitches for 1, costs 0. Next attack action card you boost this turn gains +3 attack. And then the next time a mechanologist item with cost 2 or less is banished to pay a boost cost this turn, put it into the arena, and then it has go again. This card is not good in Data Doll, which is unfortunate because it has Data Doll in the art, and it's called BIOS update.
Yeah.
Like, it is just a nimbleism in Data Doll, because you would get the second part of the effect anyway.
Yeah.
But in Dash, this card is really good. We currently don't have any mechanologist items that cost more than 2, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head, but
yeah. I guess technically untrue, because there's the next card, which is an item. But yeah, I think that this card is great, because it is just the next time an item would be banished. It's not just the next time you boost if it is an item. So it kind of gives you a little bit more leeway on that effect. I think that this card is just good. So yeah, I would say fresh, maybe fresh to death in Dash, just because it does potentially net you some additional resources, depending on how many items you play, of course. But
Sure.
I think items are going to be pretty important in the deck that we're going to be talking about in a second.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. I think Bios Update is like a solid fresh. But this next card, Construct Nitro Mechanoid. Oh my Lanta. So this is a 4-cost Mechanologist action construct. It says transform target Mechanologist head, chest, arms, legs, weapon, and 3 hyperdrivers you control into Nitro Mechanoid. If you don't, negate this, and it has go again. It has 3 defense. You flip the card. It's a 2-sided card. Nitro Mechanoid, the thing that you just transformed, is a Mechanologist weapon equipment item. Has 5 attack, 5 defense. It has an action, banish a card from under it to attack. And it has overpower and it has temper. So what we have here, folks, is a giant mech. This is like the Exodia pieces. So you're transforming a bunch of your stuff and turning it into this giant mech that can attack and block for you. Obviously, you're giving up a lot for something that is quite good. So this deck is going to be really cool. I know a lot of people are going to be playing it, and I know a lot of people are going to be trying to do this. However, I don't know how good it is, because once you do this, like, you have to win in a couple turns, right? Like,
yes,
yeah. So, but that being said, I'm probably like a high fresh, possibly fresh to death on this. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. I think I'm about the same, because the amount of fuel that you have for this deck, because each attack does require you to banish a card from under it. You're banishing head, chest, arms, legs, weapon, and 3 hyperdrivers. So you have 8 attacks with it. So that means it's potentially 40 damage over the course of 8 turns. With Galvanic Bender as well, the arms, it adds +1. So it adds an additional 8 damage if you do get all of the attacks off, which is the most amount of damage that you can get from arms currently, from a single set of gloves, I think. Well, not necessarily, because stubby hammers. But we don't talk about stubby hammers. I think that this card is really, really cool. There is one extremely prevalent downside, though. The fact that the created Nitro Mechanoid is an item means it can be smashed. There's that card from Everfest that allows somebody to destroy an item with like cost 2 or less or whatever. As far as I'm aware, because this is transformed, I don't think it has a cost. So it would count as cost 0. So it can be smashed, as far as I know. I could be very, very wrong about that. I don't even remember what Smash's rules text is in my head.
Well, Arc Smash would just straight, it doesn't even check anything. So
just destroy one item. So yeah, it does have that downside. It can also be stolen by Kyloria.
Oh my God, that's pretty funny. Yeah. So I mean, I think in closing on this absolutely insane card,
yes,
it's good.
There are downsides, but there are also upsides. This card can close out a grind game like nothing else, I think.
Absolutely. And like, what you want to do here is get the value out of all your equipment first. And it also requires 3 hyperdrivers, which we're going to see a little bit here. But so there is quite a bit of setup. So,
Yeah, it is like a late game card, but I think if you hit this in the late game and you're in a grindier matchup, I think this wins you the grindy matchup. Because then it also does block for 5, then 4, then 3, then 2.
Yeah. God, it's insane.
It adds a lot of health.
Because you're also still boosting and stuff on top of that. Like, you're doing your normal thing. So very scary. Very, very, very scary. Now, what does Plasma Mainline do?
So this is a Mechanologist action item. It is red, so it pitches for 1 and costs 2. It enters the arena with 5 steam counters on it. When it has no steam counters, destroy it. And when a Mechanologist item with cost 2 or less enters the arena under your control, you may move a steam counter from Plasma Mainline to that item. So this is what I was mentioning about, cards that can add steam counters. Unfortunately, this won't add it to Hanabi Blaster because it doesn't enter the arena. Also, it's not an item. But I think this card is great in Data Doll.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you can put it into play for free, and then it makes all of the items that you're putting into play for free better. But I don't necessarily know how good this is in Dash. I think that getting it into play is a little bit more awkward there.
Unless you start with it, right?
Yeah, unless you decide to start with it in play, which, could be relevant because, like the hyper drivers that we're going to be talking about, you remove Steam Counter to add a resource, which is, not terrible, and you're going to be wanting to play a bunch of them anyway. So it could be good just to get a little bit of extra value out of those. I don't think it's super exciting. I think that starting with the regular one, the one that costs 0 and adds 2 resources for removing steam counters.
Teklo-Core.
Teklo-Core, yeah. I think that one is probably a better one to start with because even in the thing that I'm thinking of, you're using it to get more steam counters onto something to maybe add resources later. Whereas with Teklo-Core, you just get 2 resources. There's no hoops to jump through or whatever. I don't necessarily think it's bad. It's just maybe a little bit clunky. But as I said, great in Data Doll.
Yeah. So I would say a little fresh on it.
Yeah. It's good in the deck that wants it, for sure.
Yeah. Next, we got Powder Keg, which was spoiled alongside the Hanabi Blaster. This is a blue 0-cost mech item. Whenever a Mechanologist gun you control hits, you may destroy Powder Keg and a defending equipment, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I guess it's tough, right? To me, this card has a very powerful effect.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes your opponents think about how the hell they're going to block.
Yeah, they very much don't want to block with equipment when this card is on the table.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It is a little bit narrow. But if you're able to get it into play for free somehow, pretty good.
Yeah, it's not something you're going to start the game with, I don't think. Unless you're all in on the gun, but I think it's I think it's just okay. I think I'm low, fresh, high, stale on it.
Yeah, I think I'm about the same. I think it represents a cool type of disruption almost, where you're making your opponent really think about what it is they want to do against you. But there is a pretty significant opportunity cost to getting this into play, playing it, and then also having it go off.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it's a cool card, but probably stale.
Yeah. What about the Scramble Pulse?
Scramble Pulse. This is a Mechanologist action. It is an attack. It comes in all 3 colors. It's the first rare that we're going to be talking about. First rare attack action for Mechanologist. It costs 2 and attacks for 5, 4, and 3 across the 3 colors. It has boost, and it has equipment have -1 defense while defending this combat chain.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, it potentially adds additional damage that you wouldn't have gotten normally if your opponent is trying to preserve resources in their hand by blocking, more effectively with their equipment. I do think it's interesting. The fact that it costs 2, I think, is probably necessary for this type of effect. I think if this was easier to get access to, it would be a lot scarier. I could see this maybe being played as a one-of, just to really push damage through when you really need to, or then you're making your opponent block with cards from their hand so that you can continue to apply pressure. But I don't think it's phenomenal. I think this is probably probably a stale. I think in this situation, honestly, maybe the blue is the one that you would play, because either it's resources or you're pushing through damage with it. And the damage with itself doesn't really matter, because it's for the entire combat chain. So you're able to, keep the effect in play if you continue to go off. So it's a weird card. Not necessarily bad, but very specific.
Yeah, definitely. And it might be kind of matchup dependent, but I'm with you. Pretty stale. Next, we have Blessing of Ingenuity, which is a mech item, aura. Sorry. This is it comes in all 3 colors, 1 cost, blocks 3. At the start of your turn, this is for the red, destroy Blessing of Ingenuity, then put up to 3 hyperdrivers from your graveyard and or banish zone into the arena. So the yellow will bring 2 back, blue will bring up to 1 back. Now, I guess this is probably a good time to talk about Hyperdriver. We've already kind of mentioned it. Hyperdriver is a card that I believe was already a card. Now it's been shifted to Rainbow.
Yes.
It
only came in red before.
Yeah, so it's a 1 cost mech item, enters the arena with 3, 2, or 1 steam counters on it. When it has no steam counters, destroy it. Once per turn effect, when you boost a card, remove a steam counter from Hyperdriver and gain 1 resource. So, and you need these for the mechanoid thing. So I guess like the Blessing of Ingenuity is a kind of an interesting way to make sure that you can still do your mech thing.
Yeah. I do like it as a way to sort of make sure that you're getting to the mechanoid. It's definitely like, it's a little bit dependent on having already seen or boosted the hyperdrivers. So it's not something that you can realistically play on turn 1. Like we've been saying with a lot of the other blessings, I don't think that this is a good turn 1 play, or even a turn 1 play. Yeah. But being able to guarantee that you can recycle your hyperdrivers, and the fact that it's graveyard or banished zone is pretty important too. I do think this is going to be played in the deck because, when you want to go off with your extra mechanoid, it will be later in the game anyway. So I could see it. It is definitely not as exciting, but I think it's maybe a piece of support that the deck needs. Otherwise, it probably doesn't go off at all. I think the reds are probably good for the deck, but outside of that, I think it's probably stale.
It's hard to say because we're going to see here in the next couple cards that the deck wants to do all hyperdriver things. So I would not be surprised if you end up playing the red, yellow, and blue. They might perform at a high stale, but you might just have to for the deck. So that's where I'd probably be at for it. So the next card we have is Crankshaft, which is arguably the funniest name in the game. Which is just hilarious, but it's it comes in all 3 colors. It has it costs 2. It's a 5 attack mech action attack with 3 defense. If it is banished to pay a boost cost, you may put a steam counter on a hyperdriver, and it has boost itself. This is something you want to boost away, right?
Yeah.
Kind of cool. I think that it requires some setup. There's a boost card that opts, right?
Yes.
Forget the name of it.
What it is off the top of my head. Yeah, but I mean, even with the headpiece, the Physiotronic Model I, it allows you to put cards back on top of your deck while its effect is active. So being able to put Crankshaft back and then banish it to get the effect, it does let you plus on the effect, which is really good. Being able to leverage boost costs for more than just the go again does really push it over the edge. So I think that this card is probably good just as a resource card. If you just have the blues in there, I think that this card functions pretty well. As an attack card, I think it's below rate. It's not fantastic, but again, I think it's probably a piece of support that the deck is going to play in some capacity. So yeah, I'd say the blues are probably fresh for the Nitro Mechanoid deck.
Yeah.
Decks that don't care about Hyperdriver obviously don't care about this card, but
Sure.
You're going to be playing a lot of hyperdrivers in this deck.
Yeah, you're playing all 9. So, and then the next one's Jumpstart, which also cares about hyperdriver. If you want to take that one.
Yeah, so this one's kind of interesting, actually. It's a common mechanologist attack action. It comes in all 3 colors and attacks for 5, 4, and 3. Costs 2 across all of them. Has boost, and if you control a hyperdriver, Jumpstart costs 1 resource less to play, which means that these become like a 1 for 5, 4, or 3. I don't hate that, especially because if you do have a hyperdriver in play, you're removing a steam counter to add a resource. So this kind of is a free 5 attack.
It's pretty good with Go Again.
Yeah, like I definitely don't hate this card within its context. I think that this card works really well. It also just blocks for 3. Something else that's always really important. So yeah, I think that this is in the hyperdriver deck. This is a fresh to death. I think.
It's going to play high fresh at least. I think it's going to be.
Yeah.
You're going to be very impressed with how it plays. Next we have Urgent Delivery, which is a 0 cost common. Comes in all 3 colors. It's a mech attack action. The red comes in for 4 and then 3 and 2. When this hits, you may put a mech item from your hand into the arena with cost less than or equal to the number of times you've boosted this combat chain. I like this probably just in the red because of the breakpoint. Becomes like a mind game for your opponent. And you're just like, oh well, I don't want them to get free value off of this like 1 damage that they're going to get through. So I think the red's probably like a fresh, but I don't know about the yellow or blue.
Yeah, I think I'm probably in the same boat. Like a 0 for 4 is totally fine. The unfortunate thing is this doesn't have boost or go again. That is sort of an interesting way that they've balanced this card. I don't hate it. I think that that's like totally fine. But yeah, if you're like ending with this card on your turn, and you've boosted a couple times, and then you're able to put in like even that like plasma mainline, which would normally be a pretty awkward card to worry about. Even if you've only boosted twice, you can put that into play with this, and then even if you only attack with this, you could put a Teklo Core into play, which instead of just ending your turn with Teklo Core, you also get to attack for 4. So honestly, I think it's like fine. And again, with this hyperdriver deck, as I keep saying, you are going to be playing a ton of items. I think that's just going to be a large portion of the deck. So I think it's totally fine too. I think the red is definitely a fresh in that deck.
The blue and yellow, not so much, but yeah. That wraps it up for mech, because we already talked about the hyperdrivers, which like obviously are just like they're just automatic fresh for the deck. Yeah. So
yeah, I think even you could make an argument that for the Nitro Mechanoid deck, these are fresh to death because you have to play.
You have to. They are deck defining, which is cool. Well, we have a new class, Bill.
Yeah.
This
is a lot. This is our work cut out for us.
Yeah, we have our work cut out for us. Now, I play a little bit with the deck, and I've played against it quite a few times on Talishar. But we have Arachne Huntsman. This is Assassin Hero. So, the Assassin Hero does this. He has it's going to come in young and here and adult, but it's just like your normal stuff here. 4 intellect, 40 health, and then 4 intellect, 20 health. Now it says whenever you play a card with contract, you may look at the top card of target opponent's deck. You may put it on the bottom. So I think, Bill, that we should probably not give him a rating, and rather just give his cards a rating.
Yeah, it's so dependent on what cards with contract are or do or whatever. And like at this point, assuming the listeners don't know anything about the set, which is totally fine. That's why we're doing this, so that we could discuss it. But there's no way for us to be like, oh yeah, like this card's great. It's kind of like with Nitro Mechanoid and the gloves. It's like, well, I can't really rate this until we talk about the rest of it as a whole. So yeah, I think you're right on the money. We should probably just move into his stuff.
Yeah, and like just an overall thing. Contract is going to banish something, and then check like a certain qualifier, which you'll see as we get into the cards. But first, we'll talk about his weapon. What are the spider bites?
So these are outside of Talishar. These are the only weapons that he can currently play. They are one-handed daggers, so you're probably going to be dual wielding these, I would assume. They have one attack, and they have once per turn action, 2 resources, attack, go again. And they also have piercing 1, so if it's defended by an equipment, it has +1 attack. And when this hits a hero, the next time they defend with 1 or more attack action cards this turn, those cards have -1 defense while defending. So this is sort of a way to, again, kind of spoilers for the remainder of it. If this does hit first, like if you start off your turn with this, it makes your contracts easier to fulfill. That will obviously make more sense later, but I think these weapons are solid. It does seem like a lot to pay 2 to attack for 1 realistically, but it does kind of necessitate your opponent to defend this first, because the lingering effects of like the poison on the dagger essentially are like pretty substantial for what Arachne wants to do with the rest of their turn.
So yeah, and in terms of rating, there's no real options here. It's like you have to, if you're playing this deck, you're playing these.
You're playing these or you're playing Talishar, and I think that these are probably, for what the deck wants to do, I think these are better than Talishar. So probably just fresh to death.
Yeah,
by default.
Yeah, but we do have a legendary for this hero. This is one of the ones we were blanking on before, but Black Tech Whisperers is the new assassin equipment legs. Has 1 defense. While Black Tech Whisperers is in your graveyard, at the start of your turn, you may destroy 2 silvers you control if you do equip Black Tech Whisperers. Has an attack reaction that says destroy them. That's how they get into the graveyard. Target assassin attack action card gains. When this hits a hero, it gains go again. And it has Battle Worn. So these you block with, pop to give something go again, and also spoiler alert, you're getting silver when you complete contracts, and you pop your silvers, get back the Black Tech Whisperers. This is like Valiant Dynamos on like steroids in a way.
Yeah, like actually, because they block for 1 every time they come back. So they keep adding an additional health essentially every time you buy a new pair. Which is, to me, that's the flavor of this. Is you're just like, ah, crap, I broke my boots. Gotta go buy new ones. But yeah, like the fact that it's Valiant Dynamo plus like Snapdragon Scalers essentially, or like the warrior equivalent, which I'm blanking on. But yeah, like this card does a lot. This card is really, really solid. I think this is easy fresh to death. This is absolutely best in slot for assassins. Which again kind of makes sense because there aren't other assassin equipment, but I think that this is head and shoulders better than every other leg option you could get for this deck.
Yeah, so it's worth noting that this is the only time we've seen assassin. So this card pulls all we got. So it is going to be kind of, well, I mean, the boots aside, like the boots are always going to be good. Some of these cards are probably just going to be good because you kind of have to play them right now. And then maybe as you get more options, they'll get better. But I do think the next card, which is one of my favorite cards, it reminds me of the Green Goblin mask, is Mask of Perdition. What is this card and what does it do?
The smile definitely does remind me of the Green Goblin from like the original Sam Raimi Spider-Man. But yeah, so this is the head equipment for assassin. So it's the helmet. While it's it does block for 1 and it has Battle Worn, much like the Black Tech Whisperers. And it has, while it's in your graveyard at the start of your turn, you may destroy 2 silvers you control if you do equip this. So again, it's kind of like you could get to buy a new one at the beginning of your turn. And it also has attack reaction, attack reaction, destroy this. Target attack action card gains when this hits a hero, banish the top card of that hero's deck. So obviously there's a theme that's going to be going on with Assassin going forward. Banishing cards from your opponent's deck is extremely important. That's what Contract is. And this just gives you basically additional banishes every time. And it gives you additional block because you can keep buying new ones. Like I think that this Again, due to lack of options, this is obviously a fresh to death, but I think even outside of that, this card is just really good for Assassin.
Yeah,
It
this
does
is
everything they want it to do.
yeah, this is going to be both these equipment pieces are going to be the pieces for a very, very long time, I think. And and I think we'll see that with actually a couple of the Majestics as well. So, this card's like incredibly good, and I mean for a lot of the same reasons that the Whisperers are good, and it's very exciting, and I just love that art. I want that on a playmat so bad.
Yeah.
Next we have Eradicate. So here's the first card that we're going to see with Contract. This is a Majestic. This is a Assassin attack action. It costs 1. It pitches for 2. It's a yellow. Has 4 attack and 3 defense. So something that you're going to see a lot with a lot of these cards is they're always going to have a nice breakpoint, 4 or 5. So this says Contract. You are contracted to banish opponent's yellow cards. Whenever you complete this contract, create a silver token. So contracts exist on the combat chain, right? Yes. So let's say this hits and then something else hits later. If you banish the yellow on the next one, you will complete the contract, and you can complete it multiple times. So when this hits a hero, banish the top X cards of their deck, where X is the damage dealt by Eradicate. So this card's insane. This card is seriously good. It represents such an intense on hit for the deck that it's a must deal with, and I think this is actually fresh to death.
Oh, yeah, easily. And I think one of the scariest things about Assassin in general is a lot of their cards can get Razor Reflexed, which, again, with Eradicate, it not only takes cards out of your opponent's deck, which, like, mill strategies exist in so many decks, or in so many games, rather. In Flesh and Blood, up to this point, it's just been fatigue. Like, it's like you're just waiting for your opponent to run out of resources. But this one, you're forcing your opponent to run out of resources. Obviously, not as great versus Chain, because you're kind of doing their job for them. But I think in general, outside of the Chain matchup, this card is gross. This card's insane. And the fact that, if you banish multiple yellow cards, or if you have other cards with contract that are already on the combat chain, the fact that this card could potentially satisfy like 3 contracts if you really were able to get wide with it, which is a lot of silver, which means that you can get even more value out of your Black Tech Whispers and Mask of Perdition. And then you also get to play like cash in to draw cards, because you can just sacrifice your silvers to draw cards. Like,
oh yeah, it's really cool. This card's excellent, and also worth noting that when you play this, you're looking at the top card with Arachne's ability. So you have the ability to manipulate your opponent's deck to either give you what you need for your contracts, or to just straight up say, well, you're never going to know what your pitch deck is. And you bring up Chain, and obviously Chain is still legal in Blitz, but I still think this card is quite good against Chain and Blitz, because you only have a certain amount of cards, and Chain will run out of them.
This is true. You do run the risk when you're playing Chain of actually legitimately running out of cards, and this does speed up the clock. So yeah, actually, no, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But yeah, Eradicate is gross. I think this card is fantastic.
So good. Now, what does Leave No Witnesses do?
Another fantastic card. Let's be real here. So this is the next Assassin attack action. It is another Majestic. Attacks for 4, blocks for 3, and costs 0. Again, like you were saying, just a great break point. The fact that this kind of needs to be blocked by 2 things in order to not get the hit off is very relevant.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this has contract. You are contracted to banish your opponent's red cards, and then of course, when you do, you create a silver token. But also, when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck and up to 1 card in their arsenal. You ever heard of Command and Conquer?
Yeah, this card's insane.
Yeah.
This is it's funny. I kind of preface that some of these cards are only good because we don't have anything else. These are not those cards. These are cards
Yeah.
that are always going to be good in this deck because most decks want to play reds, at least some. And this is pretty great. I think it's fresh to death.
Yeah, it's the fact that like even if you don't complete the contract on this, if it hits, it's still a lot of value. Like people play Command and Conquer for the banish the arsenal because banishing arsenals are really important. But it's a little bit clunky because it's a 2 cost and whatever. This costs 0.
Cost 0.
This costs 0 and it just has to hit. That's it. Like there's no other. It's so crazy.
Razor Reflex, and then there's something else that we're gonna see soon. But it's
Yeah.
yeah.
So leave no witnesses, easy fresh to death in the deck. I think you play full copies of Eradicate and leave no witnesses. Like there's just no downside to these cards. They're so good. This next card does have a downside, but it also has a really big upside.
It sure does. So the next card we have here is Regicide. So this was the big reveal that we killed off the Emperor, who was the face of this set, and Arachne was the one to do it. So what it says, this is the legendary Arachne specialization. It is a blue 0 cost, 3 attack, 3 defense. It says, when this hits a royal hero, they lose the game. When the combat chain closes, you lose the game. Regicide can't be defended by cards with the same name as cards in the defending hero's banished zone. So here's why this is good. So you look at this and you're like, why would I ever play this if my opponent is not royal, right? And you're like, well, so why would I ever play this? Because it would kill me also. But
Yeah.
But so as you've seen with the past 2 cards, you're banishing stuff off the top of your opponent's deck a lot. And basically you're going to pitch this till like the end of the game, right?
Yeah.
So eventually this will just become a 3 attack, like unblockable, which like you obviously will only do it if it's going to kill your opponent. But, usually if you can get down to the end of the game, and this kind of leads you into almost what I think they want you to do with this hero, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like incremental, like get your contracts, still play very defensively, and then kind of win with the Regicide. Like I think it's very thematic. I think it's going to play high fresh, by the way, in the deck.
I think so too. I think even outside of royal matchups, I think you can still just straight up play this card. Like it is only a 1 of, so it's not like there's a huge, it's not like you're going to draw a hand of only Regicides against a non-royal hero.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can likely just slam this in the deck, and if you're not against a royal hero, it still blocks for 3, it still pitches for 3. It's still just a totally fine resource card. But in that situation where your opponent decides to either wear the hat or you're playing against the Emperor, like there's a real chance that you just go, hey, but here's this card, and you either block it with like your whole hand if you can even, or you die.
Yeah, well, and it's a real win con against the non-royal heroes too, just because eventually they just won't have anything that could block it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, by the end,
it just becomes 3 damage, totally unblockable.
Yeah.
The effect doesn't matter; it just is unblockable.
Yeah, which is so crazy. Yeah, probably high fresh. I think just high fresh is probably solid.
I think that's a safe one.
What does surgical extraction do?
Oh man, this card is kind of gross. So this is another contract card. It is another majestic. It costs 2, attacks for 4, and blocks for 3. So it is like the lowest rate that we've seen thus far. Although something that I do like, even though it's not in exact order, the red one costs 0 in this like cycle of majestic cards. The red one costs 0, the yellow one costs 1, and the blue one costs 2. I kind of like that. That's very elegant to me. This one has contract. You're contracted to banish your opponent's blue cards. When you complete this contract, create a silver token. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck, then look at their hand and banish a card. So, like we were saying before, like hand disruption is really important. And this is just straight up look at a card and get rid of it. Like this is... If anybody's familiar with Magic the Gathering, this is Thoughtseize.
Yeah. Even better, you don't lose life.
Yeah, exactly. But this costs more than the other attacks we've seen. But if this hits, it's kind of devastating. Like, if your opponent's trying to retain resources to try to hit you back on your turn, you just don't allow them to have that option. And if they then feel obligated to block with these cards, then it kind of fulfills its purpose anyway.
Yep.
You've caused your opponent to get rid of this thing that they were trying to retain. So yeah, I think Surgical Extraction is like such a powerful card for the deck. It doesn't deal like a lot of damage for 2 resources, but the amount of psychological damage it deals is phenomenal.
And I think it's one of my favorite art from like the whole set, which is just great. I think it's Fresh to Death, easy.
Yeah, I'd say so too. I think that this is a really important card for the deck, not only to just apply pressure to your opponent, but also if they if they can't block it or whatever, then you just keep tightening the noose on them. Like, and it's so flavorful for Assassin to do that. But yeah, like all of the art so far, by the way, for the Assassin cards are insane.
Yeah, this is so good. So good. Next we have Payday. This is the last Majestic for Assassin. This is a blue 0-cost Assassin action. It has 3 defense. If you've completed a contract this turn, create 4 silver tokens. So I think you play this regardless because it's a blue 3-block with the off chance that you just create 4 silver tokens. So a reason you would do that, right, is maybe you're attacking with something with contract and it looks like they're going to let it hit. So you just pop your black text, and maybe you already, or you can pop your black text and your mask, right? Give it go again, banish a little extra, and then finish your turn with the Payday, so that next turn you're getting them both back.
Yeah,
which is
I was about to say that's super flavorful. That Payday allows you to buy both of your pieces of equipment back.
Yeah, it's so cool. I think this is going to perform as a fresh, not quite Fresh to Death like the other Majestics, but a very very good card.
Yeah, it's a very it's very much a slower sort of card. Like, obviously it doesn't further your contracts, it doesn't further most of your strategy, but I think it does allow you to squeeze even more value out of your equipment, which is like really important for this deck, I think.
Yeah.
I think Fresh is probably a pretty solid place for it.
What is Plunder the Poor?
So now we're getting into the rares and the commons, and I think they're really interesting because all of them are alliterative.
Yeah.
So yeah, this one is Plunder the Poor. This is another attack action. It is rare, and it comes in all 3 colors. They all cost 0. Red attacks for 4, yellow for 3, blue for 2. It has contract. You're contracted to banish opponent's cards with cost 1 or less. You get a silver token if you do that. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. So just straight up, just a good rate for contract stuff. I think, obviously you want to attack with your more impactful cards, but you need other cards to fill out the deck. And I think that Plunder the Poor has like a pretty low opportunity cost for that. It just, at its base, lets you banish the top card of their deck. A lot of cards, this is probably not going to get completed against every single deck because it is just 1 or less that you get the silver off of. But I
Guardian sounds like one that you wouldn't want to. I mean, like, it just wouldn't work.
Yeah, it's just an attack for 4 against Guardian. It doesn't do much else than that. But I mean, it's still a 0 for 4, which is totally reasonable. So yeah, I think in the deck this is probably a fresh. I think you would probably play as many copies of this as you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Just to have stuff going on your regular turns.
And I think I'm going to agree with you, fresh, but I think this is one that as you get more options, as more Assassin stuff is printed, this one will probably fall to the wayside, or at least to a sideboard area. But I think we'll take what we can get right now.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing about all these. It's like when we got Icelander in Uprising. A lot of the cards that she was printed with were printed because she just needed support cards. So you had like all of her. There's that trifecta of like the 0 cost, the 1 cost, and the 2 cost that all just deal arcane damage and are ice cards. Yeah, she just needed those, and this is sort of what those are. These are just totally standard baseline assassin cards that aren't exciting, aren't like immediately impactful, but are probably necessary for the strategy.
Next we have Rob the Rich. So more alliteration there. This is a rare, comes in all 3 colors. The red is 1 for 5, 3 defense. Also notice all these, I think almost all of them block for 3, which is really important for this deck. You are contracted to banish opponent's cards with cost 2 or greater. When you complete this contract, create a silver token. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. 5 is a little bit better of a break point. You get the yellow available in here if you want to run the 4. I think cost 2 or greater is going to hit probably almost every deck, more so than Plunder the Poor. This seems like a very solid fresh to me.
Yeah, I think this one probably performs on average better than Plunder the Poor. There's not a lot in this deck so far that we've seen that really costs a ton of resources other than Spider's Bite, like the weapons and then also Surgical Extraction. So the difference between Plunder the Poor costing 0 and Rob the Rich costing 1 actually doesn't feel like a lot. Like it would be more of a make or break in more decks, in other decks, but I think in this one, I think you're right. I think Rob the Rich is like a really solid fresh, maybe even high fresh. Because it probably hits more cards on average.
And I can see you playing the rainbow. Like even the blue for 3 is not the worst, especially when you see some of the other cards. And like especially because you're gonna follow up. The spider bites are gonna make the blocks difficult.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's sort of the difficult thing about evaluating these cards too. Is like we don't have anything to base what assassin decks really do, like at least what they're going to do once everything settles. So it's easy to say, oh well, this looks good, this looks like not as good. But yeah, I think that with the context of Spider's Bite, like even with these having lower attack, I think it still makes them pretty good. Especially in conjunction with the next card.
Yeah, what does Shred do, my friend?
I think Shred is insane. I think this card is absolutely disgusting, but it is an assassin attack reaction. So we have a specific archetypal attack reaction, which is really cool. It also, again, has gnarly art. It like he has a chunk out of his head.
I think I saw someone, I forget who it is, but you know, they're like a parent, and they're like, oh, there goes my chance of showing my kids this game.
Yeah, they're not beating around the bush with this one.
No.
But yeah, okay. So Shred attack reaction comes in all 3 colors, costs 0 and blocks 3 across all 3. And the red one reads target card defending an assassin attack. I don't know why that took so long for me to get through. Target card defending an assassin attack gets -4 defense this combat chain. And then the yellow is -3 defense and blue is -2 defense. Yeah, I think this card is nuts.
Yeah, this card is very good. I mean, think about it like this, right? You have to like in like Warrior, like paying 1 for +3 is good. This is a yellow that can do that for free. And then the blue is like a +2, essentially. This is like. This card is good. Like I don't even know if you play the red, right? Because unless you're expecting like sink blows.
Yeah, like really, really. And even then, all you really want, like this really does epitomize what Assassin wants to do. It doesn't want to deal a bunch of damage. It wants to whittle away your opponent's resources. So it's not about buffing your stuff. It's about taking their stuff away. Yeah. So it's like, it's such a flavorful combat trick for them to have. And yeah, I think you're totally right. Like the yellow and the blue on their own are fantastic. I think that the red is overkill. Like I think they could have and maybe should have bumped each of these numbers down by 1. I think even the blue, like lowering 1, I don't think is bad. Just because of what Assassin wants to do. Yeah, I think this card is easy fresh to death.
I agree. Oh my god.
I'm gonna hate playing against this card.
What does, or is it my turn? No, my turn. Annihilate the Armed. This is our first common contract card. This is comes in all 3 colors. Assassin attack action. Cost 1. The red comes in for 5, 4, and 3, respectively. Contract, you are contracted to banish opponent's attack action cards. Whenever you complete this contract, create a silver token. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. Also defense for 3, if I didn't say that. Well, most decks, almost all decks, except for Kano, I guess, play attack actions. So
yeah, I think that this maybe even like runs better than the first 2 rare ones.
I think so.
Yeah, like this is an extremely solid common for the deck. You're probably playing playsets of whatever colors you want or need of this card. So yeah, probably just straight up fresh to death. I think that this card lives in the deck.
Yeah, probably a rainbow too. I think it's just totally fine, especially like when you see things like shred. Gosh.
Yeah.
What does fleece? What does fleece the frail do?
So this is another contract. Costs 0, attacks for 4, blocks for 3. Comes in rainbow. So it goes 4, 3, and 2. And it has contract. The condition for the contract is banishing opponent's cards with 2 or less defense. And if you do that, you get a silver token. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. So yeah, all of these cards with contract, when they hit, they banish a card.
Yeah.
Which, like, the fact that you're doing that every single time is going to add up, like, just on its own, outside of any additional stuff that you're doing. This one, the fact that it's 2 or less defense is, like, maybe not bad. I think it's bad specifically against other Arachnes or warriors.
Yeah.
Because I think basically all of their cards have 3 defense. But, you know, against Runeblades, a lot of Runeblade cards have 2 or less defense. And a lot of the more aggressive decks, like against Fi, I think this hits every card in the deck against Fi.
Yeah.
Or maybe like one or 2 things that it doesn't hit. But
yeah. Yeah, I think it's a fine card. It's probably sideboard though, because like I mean, like, because you have to cut down the deck to get the most efficient. Yeah, so you can't just like jam them all. But this one's probably good in a lot of matchups. So probably just like a solid sideboard fresh.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure.
Next we have Nyx the Nimble. This is
they really reached for these.
Yeah. Well, just wait till you see the next one. This one is common. Comes in all 3 colors. 1 for 5, 4, and 3. You are contracted to banish opponent's reaction cards. Whenever you complete this contract, create a silver token. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. And this is probably the least playable we've seen so far, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There are certain decks that, sure, it's going to be great. So it's like a totally fine sideboard card, but I think stale overall.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that this card is extremely good against warriors, like very specifically warriors, because I think it just hits every card basically. But yeah, I think this, in terms of just straight up looking at the contracts, this is probably, again, like the least playable sideboard option if warriors end up being pretty prevalent, which they might be, like from what we saw with some of the new cards they're getting. But yeah, I'd probably land on stale, bumping it up to maybe sideboard fresh against warriors specifically.
Yeah. Now, Bill, what does Sack the Shifty do?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. So Sack the Shifty, another 0 for 4, blocks for 3. Comes in all 3 colors. The contract requirement is banishing opponent's cards with base Go Again. So this is cards that have Go Again printed on the card specifically. And then when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. I think that this card is probably the most generically applicable. Honestly, like even after looking at Annihilate the Armed, looking at attack action cards, I think that basically every card or every deck plays cards with Go Again, except for Wizards. I will say that.
Brute, everything has to gain Go Again.
That's true. Yeah, they gain Go Again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think in a lot of situations, this is just a very generically achievable contract. Also notably bad in the mirror match because I think almost none of the assassin cards have go again.
Oh, true. Probably a solid fresh though. This card.
Yeah, like again, it's so all of these cards are either a 0 for 4 or 1 for 5. So evaluating them just based on that is totally like irrelevant. It has to be we're looking at the effects. But yeah, I'd say solid fresh. I think that this is a card that probably sees a lot of contracts completed on its own.
I think same with the next one, which is Slay the Scholars, which is you're contracted to banish opponent's non-attack action cards. Whenever you complete this contract, create a silver token. When it hits, banish the top card of their deck. This comes in the 0 for 4, 3, or 2 flavors. And this one just seems like, I mean, what doesn't play non-attacks? I can't even think of a deck.
No, like and it even and it gets even better against like wizards and warriors because it hits every card in the deck essentially. I think that this one is probably a pretty easy one to add in too. Maybe even more than Sack the Shifty.
I think so.
Like I think that this one is another. This one's probably it's like this one and maybe Annihilate the Armed are like ones that you probably play full rainbow of if you can.
Yeah.
If the space in the deck works out for it. But yeah, this is like super solid fresh, low fresh to death.
High fresh, low fresh to death. And then this is the final card here, which I think ties everything together, is Cut to the Chase. What does it do?
Cut to the Chase. I love the names of these cards. they're so good. So it's an attack reaction. Costs 0, blocks for 3. Target assassin attack action card with contract gains +3 attack. The yellow is +2, blue is +1. And then look at the top card of the defending hero's deck. You might put it on the bottom. So it's Arachne's effect on top of that. So this is their like Razor Reflex. This is their like I almost want to say Nimblism, but this is honestly better than Nimblism in Assassin because it's an attack reaction. This card's gross.
I mean, like, all right, so 0 for 3, very good. Get to manipulate the top of the deck, even better. Blocks 3. Amazing. Yeah. I mean, this card's insane.
Yeah, this card honestly could have been an instant, like, and had no defense, and it would still probably see play in the deck, but it blocks for 3. Like,
I think a bud in the Discord was like, for context, like Lightning Press did this or did less with no defense. Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, oh my god, it's just any assassin attack action too. So it even hits surgical extraction, which costs 2. Like normally it would be that costs 1 or less or whatever. Like that would be sort of the metric for it. But yeah, this card's gross. It's fresh to death.
Fresh to death. Yeah. Oh man, Assassin's very cool. I mean, to kind of sum it up, we'll see how competitive it is. You know, I think, once people get the hang of it, of playing it and like how to play it and like what you want to do, like I think some people, I kind of want to like go a little bit more aggro with it, and I don't think that's like the right way to play it. Yeah, I don't know. I could be, talking out of my rear here, but it seems like there is a certain way to play, and I think, and it also is going to require quite a bit of knowledge of your opponent's decks and what they want to do, because you're making decisions every turn on what is on top of their like deck, other than just trying to hit the contracts.
Yeah, like you're not only thinking about what your opponent has and how you need to make your turns the most efficient, like every deck does, but you're also thinking about how do I complete these contracts. You're thinking about a totally different zone than most other decks do. I mean, you're probably going to need a pretty high IQ to play Arachne.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm out. All right. So now we're on Ranger, and we're starting off with our good friend Az's spoiler card, the Sandscour Great Bow. This is a card that I enjoy quite a bit, and I enjoyed Az's video as well. This
He
is
was so excited.
yeah. This card's awesome. So this is a ranger weapon, bow, two-handed. Of course, they're using bows still. Once per turn action, you may pay one resource. Look at the top card of your deck. You may put an arrow from your hand or the top of your deck face up into your arsenal. Go again. Whenever an arrow is put face up in arsenal from your deck, put an aim counter on it. Now, there are a couple arrows that we'll see that get certain bonuses from aim counters. So that's worth keeping in mind. So when I look at this bow, I like it. Seems like this is for Azalea, right? Opens up Azalea to have New Horizons, which is kind of cool. Though I don't know if that's what the play is. I don't play a lot of Ranger, but this seems quite good because then you can kind of just have like a one card hand.
Yeah, that's one of the things when we were talking about it with Az, even before he spoiled it. The thing that's really interesting about it is it kind of lets you draw a card, which I know like not
Death
even
Dealer?
Redliner. Death Dealer, that's the one I was thinking of. Death Dealer draws a card, but this just gives you a lot of flexibility because you can either arsenal from your hand or the top of your deck. And I think that's like actually relevant. I think that's a really interesting way to do it. Also, notably works really well with Knock the Death Whistle, Azalea's specialization, because you get to search your deck for any arrow and put it on top. And then you can either activate Azalea to put that into play, or you can use Sanskar Greatbow if it's a card that needs an aim counter.
Very cool.
So, yeah, I think that Azalea actually gets a decent amount of leverage from this card. It's definitely really interesting. I think even without the aim counter aspect of it, it's still just a good bow. Yeah, I would say that this is easily fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not fresh to death because I know there are a lot of people that are really, really high on Death Dealer Azalea.
Sure.
But I think this gives it a run for its money. I think that this is like worth considering.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it play out, and I'm probably on the fresh train as well. Now, what's Hornet's Sting?
Well, it is a Ranger equipment arms. So we got Ranger gloves, other than bullseye bracers. I was about to say for the first time, but no, we have bullseye bracers. Whenever Hornet's Sting defends, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an arrow, deal 1 damage to the attacking hero or ally. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of your deck, and it also has Blade Break. So you can defend with this for 1 and potentially deal a damage to whatever's attacking you. And I do think it's interesting. I don't know that it's better than bullseye bracers because honestly, bullseye bracers are really strong.
Yeah,
They're good gloves. But this functions very much like a steel blade shunt, where sometimes it just makes it like, oh, my opponent doesn't feel comfortable attacking me because they're at 1 life and I have my Hornet's Sting still. Obviously, that requires a lot of restraint to not block with it early, but I think it's interesting. I would probably say stale because I think bullseye bracers is just that much better.
Yeah.
But I do really appreciate the fact that they're again, rare equipment in general. I think it's great. Giving more options, always great.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't think that these are atrocious, but I just think that there are better options available.
Yeah, definitely stale. Next, we have Heat Seeker. This is a majestic arrow. It's a red, 1 for 5, 3 defense. When this hits at the beginning of your end phase, put the top card of your deck face up into your arsenal. Now, notice it says top card, not flip it to see if it's an arrow. It can be anything. So, I think this card. I mean, this is just solid arrow on hit. It's going to play probably high fresh. I think both the Rangers are interested in something like this. So,
yeah,
very cool.
It's just like additional card advantage. It is just like basically drawing a card. So yeah, I think that it's good. It's just a solid 1 for 5 that draws a card. Doesn't need an aim counter to get that effect. So it is just like widely applicable.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's like a solid fresh. It's just a good card.
just value. Now,
yeah.
Speaking of needing an aim counter, what is the mobilizing shot?
So yeah, this is the first one that we get to see that utilizes aim counters. So this is a Ranger action arrow attack, and it comes in red, and costs 0, attacks for 4, and blocks for 3. If Immobilizing Shot has an aim counter, it has when this hits a hero, they can't play more than one attack action card and one non-attack action card during their next action phase. So the most direct comparison I can think of is Red in the Ledger, which is like, I would argue, the strongest Ranger card in the game. I think that just its effect in general is the strongest effect that maybe has ever been printed on a Flesh and Blood card. But Ranger just unfortunately isn't good enough to utilize it. This one is unfortunately notably worse because it doesn't lock them out of, like, basically Red in the Ledger only allows them to do a singular thing on their turn unless they're instants. This one, they can do 2 things, which isn't nothing. Like, that is still a pretty significant decrease in stuff. But there are decks that still have like A plus B, just play this thing into this other thing and attack you.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily stop them there. I think that it's not a huge opportunity cost. At its base, it's a 0 for 4, which the deck maybe already has enough of those. But I think it's an interesting option against decks that want to go really wide, or like combo decks.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a sideboard card, realistically, depending on its and meta dependent. But in that situation, I'd probably call it a low fresh.
Yeah.
And then in basically every other situation, I'd probably go with stale on this one.
I'm thinking with you, like low fresh sideboard. You obviously got to be playing the bow, the Sand Scour. So we'll see. Let's move on to Deadeye here. So Deadeye, first of all, shout out to Henrik Linder, who this art is, I mean, it's like, it evokes emotion for me. So intense. It's like, just beautiful. If you're not watching, just look at this card, Deadeye.
Go look it up.
Yeah.
This specific card art, like Henrik Lindner has fantastic art in this game so far. This is the first one I've looked at where I'm like, dude, are you okay?
Yeah, what's going on?
Do you need to talk to somebody?
So anyway, it's a Ranger action. It's a yellow. Costs 1, defense for 3. Your next arrow attack this turn gains +3. If it has an aim counter, it gains when this hits a hero, look at their hand and choose a card. They discard it. Now, that's a aim counter payoff right there.
Yeah.
That works on any arrow, which is nice.
Yeah, it just adds the effect onto another arrow, which can be pretty scary. This sort of effect, like, there is obviously a hoop that you have to jump through. It has to have an aim counter. But also notably, it doesn't even need to be like, I mean, you kind of did just say this, but even if you put an aim counter on a card that doesn't care about aim counters, this still gives it that effect, which is like kind of nuts. And like we've said a couple times thus far, hand disruption in Flesh and Blood is crazy. Like, it is a very powerful effect. So yeah, this card is scary. I want it to be really good because I like Ranger, but I also don't want it to be really good because I don't want to play against it.
It's like interesting because it feels very fresh in the Sand Scour bow deck, and if that deck is good, this card's going to be fresh to death. Yep.
Yeah, obviously, like, outside of that, if you're not getting the second effect, it is like below rate for Ranger buffs. There are plenty of 0 for +3s. But the payoff, the like high end payoff is really strong in this one. So yeah, I would definitely agree with you. In the Sand Scour Great Bow deck, it's probably going to be crazy.
What does Drill Shot do?
So Drill Shot is like maybe the best Ranger card in the set, potentially.
Okay.
Because it is, well, first of all, it's an arrow. It comes in all 3 colors because now we're into rares. They all cost 0. They attack for 4, 3, and 2. And if Drill Shot has an aim counter, it has Piercing 1, which we've talked about piercing before. And then when this hits a hero, put a -1 counter on an equipment they control. So this is an interesting use of the aim counter mechanic because it is completely playable. The on-hit effect is completely playable outside of aim counters. But if you do put an aim counter on it, it actually does get a benefit. Like, it's playable without it and really good with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that this card is fresh to death for Ranger. I think this is maybe one of the best arrows they've gotten in a while. At least like regular arrows, non-talented, like that sort of thing. I think this is a really strong card.
Yeah, I love the design, right? So, you know, like if they don't want to block with their hand and they're like, well, they're going to put a counter on my equipment anyway, I'll block with my equipment. Oh, it has piercing. It's going to get bigger. That's just like clean, awesome. We'll probably play at Fresh to Death. Next, we have the Ranger Blessing, which is Blessing of Focus. It's a Ranger action aura, blocks for 3, costs 1, comes in all 3 colors. Here's the red. At the start of your turn, destroy Blessing of Focus, then opt 3 and reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an arrow, put it face up into your arsenal with an aim counter. Another way to get aim counters. How do we feel about this? I don't know if this really does much in the game plan of Ranger. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it almost feels like this also needs a buff. Like it needs to buff the next arrow attack or something. I mean, I guess that's kind of what the aim counter is doing. But I mean, I do like the opt to maybe put a thing into your arsenal for free. Also, notably, they've fixed the arsenal wording where instead of an empty or not even in an empty, it's like if your arsenal is empty, then put it into your arsenal, like the original Ranger cards did. So like you said, this does work with New Horizons as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that this functions. It doesn't do quite enough for it to be really considered in the deck. I think it's probably realistically, I think this is rotten. I don't think it necessarily sees play unless you really, really need ways to give things aim counters.
Yeah.
But it is a relatively slow way of doing it too. So
yeah, I'm gonna trust your word on that one. We'll go rotten as well. Don't know Ranger as well. I have a tough enough time with my brute nonsense.
Yeah, I was gonna say I defer to you for brute stuff. So.
What does Hemorrhage Boar do?
Again, absolutely rancid art. Like this guy's eyes are popping out of his head. Oh my god,
brutal, man.
Yeah, some of these are crazy, but yeah. So this is Ranger action. We're now into commons. It's an attack. It's a 1 for 5, and then 4 and 3 in the yellow and blue versions. And it has, if Hemorrhage Boar has an aim counter, it has when this hits a hero, destroy a card in their arsenal. So again, another piece of access to like an archetypal command and conquer almost. Unfortunate that it doesn't do anything outside of having an aim counter. It just becomes a vanilla 1 for 5 or whatever. It's like probably fine. It's not the most like world-ending effect that I've seen, even with the aim counter. Like it's solid, but it does still have to hit. So I think it's like solid. Depending on how easy aim counters are to actually get on cards. Then I mean it is just a command and conquer that costs 1 less.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know if Ranger necessarily needs that much access to this sort of effect, especially if it's not just built into the card. So,
yeah,
probably low stale.
Yeah, it feels stale to me. You know, it's totally fine effect, but a lot of work and a lot of slots that you would need to kind of give up, I feel like, to play it and make it worth it.
And
but
like Ranger already has so many arrows, so to add a new arrow into the deck, it has to be like really good.
Yeah.
Like, again, like I think Drill Shot is the best arrow that we've gotten in a long time, because it's just generically good.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll go stale on that. Next is Long Shot, which is a 0 cost Ranger arrow. Comes in all 3 flavors, 3, 2, and 1 for the red, yellow, and blue. Attack, it blocks 3. If it has an aim counter, though, it has +2. So then you'd be looking at 5, 4, and 3. For 5 for 0 is good, no doubt. So I could see maybe the red being played. However, I mean, outside of that, it's not really It's not really like amazing.
Yeah, this is again one of those cards that is really almost dependent on how well aim counters flow in general. Because outside of having an aim counter, these really aren't playable. Like they kind of remind me of Headshot from Arc. Same sort of effect, except those are just if you put it face up into your arsenal this turn, it gets a buff. It has to have an aim counter, so it is a little bit harder to achieve potentially. But yeah, I'm not super pumped about it, but the red does seem like a pretty good break point if you can get the effect off. So yeah, probably stale.
Yeah, I would say stale as well. And finally, Point the Tip. What does that do?
So it is a ranger action, only blocks for 2, but it costs 0. And it comes in red, yellow, and blue, and it has target face-up arrow in your arsenal, gains +3 until end of turn, put an aim counter on it, go again. So this card is interesting. In a deck where you are looking to leverage aim counters, it is another avenue to give you aim counters in addition to a buff. So it's like what I was saying with the blessing. Just the counter I don't think is enough. An aim counter with a buff is more considerable. So like, is it spectacular? I don't think so, because it also doesn't let you arsenal, like it doesn't reload. It doesn't let you put a card from the top of your deck into there. Like I think that would push it into at least rare territory if it did that. So as a common, I think that this is what the common should be. And it's playable if you really, really genuinely need access to aim counters. But outside of that, I think it's just kind of below rate. If you absolutely need aim counters, I think this is a fresh card. But outside of that, I think that this is pretty stale. It is like a higher stale than most of the other cards that I've rated stale so far, though.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I don't play a lot of Ranger, but I'm looking at this, and sure, they got the drill shot seems like great, and then some of the Majestics, and the new bow is interesting. I will be interested to see if it really pushes Azalea over the edge. I don't really see much of this being played in Lexi, but
no, Lexi already has so many obscene cards. Like, it's almost good that these aren't good for Lexi, because she already has.
We will, I mean, so we'll see on the Azalea, but moving on to everybody's favorite Rune Blades. Let's see if they got some juice. Starting off with the Amethyst Tiara, which is the Relic of War. Has Blade Break, has 1 defense, and has instant. Destroy it. Rune chance you control have Spell Void 1 this turn. So this is a sideboard card, very obviously. Something kind of interesting I believe you can do is if you attack with and then your rune chants are popping, and then like Kano starts to go off, you can pop the Spell Void still and get the rune chant damage. However, if Wizards wise to that, doesn't really matter. They can just play around it, make you do the Spell Void or take the rune chant damage first. It's a fine card. It's interesting. I'm very interested to see what this, because like you're going to see a lot in the Runeblade stuff. They're building up for a Runeblade that only cares about like building up rune chants.
Yeah, like they're a lot of the cards that they're printing are very much like control or like looking to set up OTK type things where you're trying to amass as many tokens as possible and then go in later. So they're printing a lot of stuff to sort of allow you to like leverage your rune chants before it's time to go off, which I think is interesting. And I think in the matchups where this is good and in the deck where you are building up those rune chants, I think that this is a fine sideboard option. But outside of that, I don't think that this gets played maybe at all. So it is extremely dependent on a couple factors. If both of those factors line up, then yeah, I think this card's totally fine.
Yeah, this is going to be like a flex fresh, I think.
Yeah,
depending on what we
new
get.
category, flex fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very cool, and I will say that the idea of a grindy control Runeblade is very exciting to me. So, as I've said before on the show, that I love Runeblade or Runeblood Barrier. I think that card's awesome. So I want to see more stuff that works with that. What does the Annals of Sutcliffe do?
So it is a Runeblade weapon - book. just killing them with knowledge. And it has once per turn action 3 resources, draw a card. If an attack action and a non-attack action card were pitched this way, create a rune chant token. So, like we said, this is definitely catered towards a deck that really wants to set up rune chants. And, you know, with this, you're kind of looking to sculpt your hand, you're looking for specific stuff. And if you pitch two specific things, then you also get a rune chant, which isn't nothing. It is definitely like a slow card. But if that's what this Runeblade ends up wanting to do, if they don't want access to Rosetta Thorn for some reason, then, I mean, this does do the things that I think they want the deck to do. It's not super exciting to me. The rate is relatively high, and you aren't able to just like pitch a blue to also get the rune chant. You have to, pitch even if you have two blue cards, like if you have a blue attack and a blue non-attack, you like can't get the rune chant, which is kind of awkward. But yeah, I think in the deck that wants it, this is probably a high stale. I do think that Rosetta Thorn needs a lot of competition to not be played in basically every Runeblade deck.
Well, if Briar wins one more event, then we don't have to worry about Rosetta Thorn in CC anyway.
Yeah, that's going to be a breath of fresh air, honestly, because that card is so gross.
It really is. I think high stale right now on the book here. I do really like it, and whenever we get that Runeblade, that flex fresh Runeblade, I'm going to be looking at it. Next we have Cryptic Crossing, which this card is very cool. This is a yellow pitch, 3 costs, 6 attack, 3 defense, Runeblade attack action. If an attack action card and a non-attack action card were pitched to play it, it has the first time this deals damage to the defending hero, they discard a card and you draw a card. So now that's a payoff to pitch 2 different kinds of cards to play a card. This card is very good, and it's just a popper that like any of the Runeblades can play right now anyway.
Yeah.
So this card seems very high fresh to me. Yeah,
this was our spoiler card.
Oh yeah, it was. I forgot about that.
So it's okay. It's okay. It's awesome that you didn't know that and you still rated it like highly.
Oh yeah.
To me,
well, that card's awesome.
Satisfying. Yeah. Like when we first got this card, I really wanted to like drop some hints about it, and I mentioned to my friend Patrick. I talked to Patrick a lot about Flesh and Blood, and my hint that I gave him for this is I think our card has a level of card advantage that we haven't seen thus far in Flesh and Blood. And it's not just because you're just drawing cards, it's draw and your opponent discards. Yeah. So in that way, like they're losing a resource, you're gaining a resource. It's kind of a +2 for you. Which is really interesting, and it's the fact that the way that it's templated, the first time it deals damage to the defending hero, obviously you can't get multiple triggers off of this, because if you could, this card would be nuts. You just add a bunch of instances of 1 extra arcane damage, and your opponent discards their whole hand. Like it'd be nuts.
So cool.
But it does still trigger off of things like Bramble Spark and the other one from Tales of Aria that gives all of your attacks an additional arcane. So yeah, I think that it's a really interesting card. I like it a lot. I'm a little bit biased, but I do think that this card is really solid. So yeah, high fresh, low fresh to not fresh to death quite. It's not, I think, ubiquitously playable, but fair. I think it's strong.
I think it's very fair.
Yeah, it's fair. It's not any Revel in Runeblood or Swarming Gloomveil, that's for sure. But I do think it's solid.
What does Diabolic Ultimatum do?
So this is a Runeblade action, blocks for 2 and costs 3, pitches for 1. If an attack action card was pitched to play this, each hero chooses and destroys an ally they control. And if a non-attack action card was pitched to play this, each hero chooses and destroys an aura they control. So very, very much a sideboard card.
Yes.
Very obviously a sideboard card, because not every hero plays allies, not every hero plays auras. Against like illusionists, this is pretty good because they play a lot of auras, they play a lot of allies. But outside of that, this is a very narrow card.
It's good against Icelander on the aura.
Good against Icelander, yeah, because they do have auras, and you're able to destroy your Frost Hex, because it's an aura that you control, which is actually quite interesting. So yeah, I don't know how good this card is. I'm kind of pretty low on it. Like it's very, very meta dependent and very much a sideboard option. But in situations where it's good, it's pretty good. Probably, but I just don't know how many situations there are.
I would say sideboard low fresh.
Yeah. It has its uses. It has its purpose.
Yeah. It's gonna be very meta dependent. So this next one's very cool though. This is Looming Doom. This is a Runeblade action aura. It's blue. Costs 3, blocks for 3. When it enters the arena, destroy all rune chants you control. Put that many Doom counters on Looming Doom. At the beginning of your end phase, remove a Doom counter from Looming Doom. If you do, deal 2 arcane damage to any target. Otherwise, destroy Looming Doom. I mean, this is setting up for a whole archetype, and I love it. This is very cool.
Yeah, this is its own deck. Like if you're playing a Looming Doom deck, it is specifically a Looming Doom deck. So this is basically doubling the damage of all of your rune chants, but over the course of X turns, where X is the number of rune chants you had. So it lends itself to an extremely slow, extremely grindy, and defensive Runeblade.
Yeah. It does. Now, I will say that my co-host over at the Bud Rush Bell, Gary, who's a big Runeblade guy, does also think it's a great way to set up good, like, kind of mid-range aggro turns. Like,
that's true.
Even if you only pop like 3 rune chants to put on like the counters on there, because it's going to trigger the first turn. And then next turn, like you're gonna do your regular Viscera Runeblade things, and then Rosetta, and then another 2. It does pile on. I do like the grindier version, like idea a little bit better. I think that's way cooler. But he also did, point out that it's any target. It's pretty good Kyloria sniper.
Yeah, dealing exactly 2 to that stupid gold dragon. Yeah, I mean, I really like this card. I like I was saying, and like is I think pretty obvious just from how I was evaluating it. I like it more as a set up a bunch of rune chants and then just like sit back and your opponent just like has to deal with it. But I could definitely see like a mid-range version of it where you make like 3 rune chants, like you play a read the runes and then play this afterwards with like your boots, your Runeblade boots. And yeah, like, and then you just get additional damage on top of what you're already doing. I could definitely see that.
Yeah, I'm sure until we see whatever new Runeblade there is, that's what it will be used for. What does Deathly Duet do?
Deathly Duet is a Runeblade attack action, and it's the first rare we're talking about, so this comes in all 3 colors. Costs 2 and attacks for 4, 3, and then 2 for the blue. When Deathly Duet attacks, if an attack action card was pitched to play it, it gains +2 attack. If a non-attack action card was pitched to play it, create 2 Runechant tokens. So definitely interesting. Like the something that they really wanted to outline, it seems, with this new set was like modularity, having cards that either do one thing or the other, and you can kind of choose between the 2. Yeah. Which I think is an interesting design space that they're working with. So realistically, if you pitch an attack action card to this, it's a 2 for 6. Doesn't have go again. Or it can just be a way to create more Runechant tokens. Which creating 2 Runechant tokens is like not a terrible rate. Especially because you're doing something else with it. So I don't know. Like obviously a lot of what I'm saying is it sounds very hopeful. I don't know exactly how useful this would be. I think maybe the blue is probably the most useful of the three of them. But
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird. So if you're like kind of playing, I mean, because you can get both, right? It wouldn't be very efficient, but you can get that. Which is obviously like you can go Marvin Skies, pitch it in a way that's maybe a red non-attack and a blue attack, so that you're gonna have a go again 6. Or if it was the red, go again 6 that creates 2 rune chance, and then you get to like do whatever after, like Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah. That would be a 12 damage turn because it would be 6 plus the 2 rune chance that you get for the thorn, and then thorn them.
Seems
and then
crazy.
Doesn't Mauvrion Skies also buff?
Marvin Skies gives a on hit, so if you
it
hit,
just gives on-hit rune chance.
you'll
Okay, so
get
it's-
more rune chance.
Yeah, so it's more than 12. It's either 13, 14, or 15, depending on what color of Mauvrion Skies. That's like
It's
not bad.
it's pretty high roll, but I kind of like it.
It is high roll, yeah. But
I would call it like a low fresh right now.
yeah.
I would like to see how it plays out though.
Yeah, I was almost thinking when we saw Cryptic Crossing, I thought that maybe they were going to start printing cards that have like when you pitch this, do something. Because ours obviously cared about pitching to specific things. So I'm still kind of holding out hope for that. I think that there will be maybe a couple of cards in Runeblade that like care about being pitched so that you get even more maybe additional things, because as you say, like to get both effects from this, it is a little bit inefficient. Maybe that's by design. It probably is, to be completely honest, but again, I like being hopeful. So
so the next card is yet another card that's in the running for best art of the set. It is Blessing of Occult. Now this one's actually quite playable, I think. So this is Runeblade Action Aura, blocks for 2, costs 1, comes in all 3 colors. At the start of your turn, destroy Blessing of Occult, then create 3 rune chant tokens, 2 or 1 based on the yellow or blue. Yeah, this card seems like a very solid fresh. It's going to be like the kind of like build up your rune chant engine, along with some other cards from previous sets, but like from this set, this is what they want you to play.
Yeah. Like there was even in Everfest Runeblood Incantation, the one that gives you a rune chant every turn for X turns, depending on what color it is. This gives you all of them right away, which is like Runeblades were already playing the other one. This one just gives you all in one shot. I think this is a solid fresh. It's like totally fine.
Yeah, and gosh, Federico, what a great piece of art.
Just the amount of light and darkness play in the composition of this, like it makes me want to become an art scholar. Just this one photo.
so cool. What does Aether Slash do?
Aether Slash is the first common that we're talking about here. It's a Runeblade attack action. It comes in all 3 colors. Costs 1, attacks for 4, 3, or 2. And when it attacks, if a non-attack action card was pitched to play it, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. I think that this one is like maybe fine. It's not super duper exciting, but it is like kind of a 1 for 5 if you get the effect off. And the fact that it's split damage is always relevant. Split damage is always crazy. So I don't think that it's super crazy, especially because it doesn't have go again. So you would either have to Mauvrion Skies it or chain it. But yeah, it's like fine if you are playing a bunch of non-attack actions, but then it does also sort of dilute your pool and mean that you have fewer ways to pitch to get your non-attack action effects off. So like if you have multiples of these in hand, they don't turn each other on.
No.
It's kind of awkward.
This one feels like there's better slots for things, and it also feels like it's made for Briar, even with the art there. But yeah, I think it's probably just going to be low stale, just because there's better options.
I think so too. As I was talking, I got lower and lower.
Yes, that's how like a lot of these cards go, right? You're just like, actually, you know what? This is the worst thing I've ever heard of. Or it goes the other way, and it's like, oh my god, wait, this is insane. Next is Runic Reaping. This is a Runeblade action. Comes in all 3 colors. It costs 1, defense for 2. The next Runeblade attack action card you play this turn gains when this hits, create 3 rune chant tokens, and I think it's 2 and 1 for the others. If an attack action card was pitched to play Runic Reaping, the next Runeblade attack action card you play this turn gains +1, and this also has Go Again. So basically, this gives the Marvian Skies buff without the Go Again, and it costs 1 more, and with that 1 more, you get a +1. I don't think it's great. I mean, sure, Viserai wants to start with a Runeblade non-attack action, so like, it's fine. I think it's tough, right? That's a slot that's highly contentious, so I could see it seeing play, but I would say it's stale right now.
I would definitely also say stale. Like the thing, obviously this is extremely comparable to Mavrian Skies just in the first effect. And the second effect, you're kind of trading Go Again from Mavrian Skies for +1. And I think that Go Again is largely more impactful than +1. Especially because it is free on Mavrian Skies and this costs 1. So it is a little bit difficult. Obviously, if you really need more rune chants, then this does do the trick. And it is a non-attack action which Runeblades do care about. But not giving the card Go Again does sort of limit your options for additional plays during the turn. So yeah, I would probably say stale as well.
Yeah. What does Skyfire Lanterns do there, Bill?
Skyfire Lanterns, gorgeous art. All of these arts are just phenomenal. This is a Runeblade non-attack action. Comes in all 3 colors. Costs 0, blocks for 2. And this is the first Lanterns card that we've seen, and they have a bit of a weird way that they've scaled the cards between colors that we haven't really seen before, because usually they change a number on it or something. But for this, the red one is reveal the top card of your deck. If it's red, create a rune chant token. Then the yellow one cares about if you see a yellow card, and the blue one cares if you see a blue card. Which I think is just a really just a different take on scaling cards between colors that we really haven't seen before. It seems super obvious now, but it's really cool. I don't know necessarily how playable these are outside of, the fact that they're non-attack actions with Go Again that potentially give you +1 damage. But they're not guaranteed +1 damage. And it also doesn't draw the card. I think I would probably just compare this to Nimblism, and kind of doesn't work as well as Nimblism. I mean, obviously the difference is you get a rune chant token instead of just +3, but I don't know. You would really, really need the rune chant to want this, I think.
Like, you can look at it as like a starter in Viserai.
Yeah.
But the deck building restraints of it are very tough, right? Because you don't want to whiff, or else it's like, what are you doing? So
yeah, there are better cards that have better payoffs that you can whiff on in Viserai already.
Definitely. So yeah, I'm pretty low on it, low stale, maybe even rotten, to be honest. But there is a possibility that we have something that cares just about one pitch in Runeblade. So who knows?
Yeah,
that's
Runeblade. Now we're getting into territory that I do not have as much knowledge based about. So. Yeah,
me neither. Not too much, but I will say Runeblade compared to like Everfest, a lot weaker, but got some cool stuff, which is
probably
fun.
A good thing, because I think Everfest was maybe the most obscene set for a single class that we've ever had.
Oh yeah. All right, so let's kick off Wizard here. So we have a new Wizard weapon staff. This is Surgent Aethertide. This is the Relic of War. Has once per turn action 2 resources. Deal 1 arcane damage to an opposing hero. Go again. The first card you play each turn with an arcane damage effect instead deals that much arcane damage plus X, where X is the damage dealt by Surge and Aethertide this turn. Now, we are going to see, hence the name Surge and Aethertide, we're going to see some Surge cards. So Surge cards care about dealing more than the damage that is on their face, right? So this helps them do that. So kind of pings your opponent, makes it like kind of annoying to just block the arcane. So I don't know. This feels like it's for a different wizard that we don't have yet.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of what they're doing with this set, is setting up for the future. I don't know how many of my, like, oh, this card is going to be for a future that, like, for a hero we don't have yet. I don't know how many of those are actually accurate. Maybe these are just cards that they're trying to introduce a new archetype to an existing one, and we're just not seeing it, or it doesn't necessarily work as well as we want. But yeah, I think that something that's going to be really important is if there's a hero that has access to buffing staff damage, because we also have like Kraken Aethervein, which cares about dealing damage. So it would be, I think right now this is just like a huge question mark. I think it works within the surges, like you were saying, like each of the cards with surge care about dealing. It's usually just more than one more than what they were doing. So even just adding 1 damage with Surge and Aethertide does turn on the surge effects. So
it is interesting
in that way.
Yeah, because this is for a wizard that wants to play on their turn.
Yes, yeah. All of these are also like you want to do stuff on your turn, which is again something we haven't really seen up to this point. Usually, you want to play at instant speed on your opponent's turn.
I'm going to say pretty stale on this until I see something that gives me an incentive to play it. Now, what does the Seer Stone do?
Seer Stone is a wizard weapon. It's a 2-handed orb. And it has action, 3 resources. Look at the top card of your deck. You may put it on the bottom. Create a Ponder token. It's the first time we've seen Ponder tokens, which are auras with, at the beginning of your end phase, destroy Ponder and draw a card. So essentially, it just allows you to like basically arsenal a card in your that you might not have already had, or gives you another option to arsenal at the end of your turn if you already have other cards. It's like definitely a setup card as part of a deck that really, really cares about having like either a specific set of cards or, a combo of cards or whatever. The thing that's kind of tough though is that this is taking up the same slot as like Crucible of Aetherweave or Kraken's Aethervein, like cards that have been proven to be quite good. So you're losing those for this, which is kind of just draw a card, just 3 resources, draw a card. So yeah, I'm not entirely certain. Probably stale considering the other options for wizard.
Probably, yeah. But maybe even rotten.
Could be wrong, but it doesn't excite me.
Unless you like desperately want to ponder your orb, I don't think there's any reason to play it.
Yeah. We do not need to ponder orbs in Flesh and Blood.
No. Next we got Mind Warp. This is a yellow majestic 0 cost wizard action, 3 defense. Deal 2 arcane damage to target hero. Surge. If this deals more than 2 damage to a hero, they shuffle their hand into their deck. Then they draw that many cards -1. So this is a payoff for surging. I'm just so. It just feels like it has to be so hard to pull off Surge if they're running Arcane Barrier, right? Sure, I mean, it forces a card out of their hand, but I don't know. I'm pretty low on it. I would say this effect is probably one of the better ones, and I would say low fresh, but that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, it becomes rough unless you have ways to really massively buff the amount of damage each of your things are doing. And there are a couple of things, there's specifically the blessings, which we're going to talk about, I think do help out quite a bit in that capacity. But outside of that, even if you're just using Crucible of Aetherweave to buff this by 1, It's not great. Obviously, these would be great after hitting with an Ether Wildfire, but most wizard cards are.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
we already have just any card for wizard works really well with Ether Wildfire. So, yeah, probably low fresh. I think that it's maybe one of the easier surges to pull off, and it does really mess with your opponent if it does work.
Yeah.
But in general, I think my evaluation for Surge is going to be, I think these are kind of hard to pull off.
Yeah, and I would love to be proven wrong on this, because it does seem very cool to me, just playing on your own turn. Now, what does Swell Tidings do?
So this one is actually just kind of a power crept Voltic Bolt a little bit. Obviously, it only comes in red. It's a Majestic, and it's a wizard action. Costs 2, blocks for 3, and it deals 5 arcane damage to target hero, which is already just a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah.
And then it also has Surge. If this deals more than 5 damage, create a Ponder token. So again, at the end of your turn, you can draw a card. And I think it's better than Red Voltic Bolt, which just doesn't do anything other than deal damage. This potentially has the upside of drawing a card.
Yeah.
Like it's not exciting for its Surge effect. It is just a good rate for damage in Wizard, I think.
It's just like a solid fresh, right?
Yeah, it would probably sit solid fresh. Just totally baseline damage.
Next we have Brainstorm, which was illustrated by Mark Poole, which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
This is a blue wizard instant, costs 3. Until end of turn, your hero gains whenever you draw a card this action phase, draw 1 arcane damage to any target. Brainstorm itself does not have an arcane damage effect. It is not modified by arcane damage modifiers. So this is kind of interesting. It's just like, seems like value, just like a value play. Like maybe you get some extra value off of your big tome or your tome turns, and then like your ponder turns. I don't know if it's great, but it seems kind of cool.
I think I don't know. It's a little bit weird to think about, because again, I'm not super familiar with Wizard, but like, how many cards are you drawing in a turn after you've already pitched a card to play a card that costs 3? Like, there's a lot that goes into it. It feels a little bit weird. I would almost think that like this card could have been whenever you draw a card outside of like your end of turn or whatever, like outside of when you would normally draw cards as a game action, you can deal 1 arcane damage. Although maybe then that would still be too strong if it was like a lingering effect. But like it costs 3 and it only lasts for the 1 turn. That just feels like a lot.
Yeah.
It is very flexible. Like it is, obviously you can deal damage to allies if you really wanted to. And it is just additional damage on top of what you're already doing, but it does come at a pretty steep cost, I think. So I'm not sure about this one. I think probably, if I'm being generous, stale.
Yeah, I'd probably say high stale. I think you could throw like maybe 1 into Kano at like a pretty low cost, just because it's a blue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's like a win more, I guess, but could also
Definitely
be a real player in the future. But what does Aether Quickening do?
So this is the first of, or not really the first, but this is sort of some of the cards that indicate that we're going to be getting more cards that care about wizards playing on their own turn. It's a wizard action, costs 1, blocks for 3, and this one's a rare, getting into the rares, so it comes in red, yellow, and blue. Red deals 4 arcane damage to target hero, and then it has Surge. If this deals more than 4 damage, it gains Go Again. So ways to continue doing your turn. And then, of course, the yellow and the blue are 3 damage, and then if it deals more than 3, then blue is 2 or more than 2. And yeah, I mean, 1 for 4 is already, I think, a pretty competitive rate for damage in Wizard. So I think this just replaces some things, just from a baseline damage dealing standpoint. And then maybe sometimes you also get Go Again, and then maybe you can just play another one of these.
Yeah, it feels like it's just like a solid fresh, especially if you're doing your turn thing. Yeah, that means like great rate, and it's like people, or I feel like your opponent's not going to be as scared of the go again initially. I mean, maybe as they learn this archetype more, they will be, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the go again actually does help you out with this next card as well. Helps you set this one up.
Blessing of Aether, which is the wizard blessing we had seen as a armory promo, but cost 1. So wizard action aura, defense for 2. At the start of your turn, destroy it, and then the next card you play this turn has an arcane damage effect. Instead, it deals that much arcane damage plus 3, and there'll be 2 and 1 based on the yellow and blue. So this is the butter, right, for the bread of this archetype. So if you're doing this, I have to say that these cards are fresh, right? I think you just go rainbow
Easily. Yeah. Again, it just lets you play on your turn. When I first saw these, I was like, oh, well, then you're locked into doing stuff on your turn. But if that's what this deck wants to do, then these are fantastic.
Yeah.
This is the card that I was referring to when we were talking about Mind Warp and Swell Tidings. Like, this is the one that lets you add a sufficient amount of damage to make it hard for your opponent to prevent the surge from going off. Especially because we don't have Stir the Aetherwind anymore, because that card got banned because that card was so good. But yeah, I think that Blessing of Aether is definitely a fresh, like easy fresh.
Yeah, easy fresh. Next is Prognosticate. What does that do, Bill?
Well, it is a wizard action for 0, defense for 3, and comes in all 3 colors. And they are deal 3 arcane damage to target hero, then 2, then 1. And the surge is if this deals more than its damage, opt 1. So look at the top card of your deck. You can put it on the bottom. So this is just zap with upside. This is just, and I think there was even a zap with upside in Uprising, because there was the original zap from Arcane, which was just to target hero. Although no, this is an upgraded zap, but it's not an upgraded version of the other card from Uprising.
Aether Dart, I think it was, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's Aether Dart, because Aether Dart does damage to any target, which is relevant for against allies. This only does damage to hero, so it is just strictly better than Zap. There is no reason to play Zap anymore, like, for real now.
Goodbye, Zap.
But yeah, I mean, if you were still on Zap in any capacity, you replace it with this card, but I don't know that many wizards are, especially since Aether Dart was revealed. But if you wanted that, then sure. It's the 0 for 3 damage is very baseline for wizard, I think.
So if you're doing this on your turn stuff with Kano, this is a pretty good card, right? Because the opt is good. You can set up a Kano effect, which is kind of neat. But so probably like high stale. Yeah. If I wanted to play an effect like this, I'd probably play the next card instead. Yeah. Well, next is we had Zap. Now we have Sap, which is a 0 for 3, 2, and 1 wizard action, 3 defense. If this deals more than 3 damage to a hero, you may remove an energy counter from a permanent they control. Energy counters come on Tunic and
Alluvian Constellus.
So it's really good in the mirror.
Yeah. As far as I know, those are the only 2 cards that use energy counters.
Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to the other card, except with a little bit more utility. So yeah, I guess like maybe low fresh in the sideboard.
Yeah, this is definitely a sideboard card, but I still think it's so funny that we just got Alluvian Constellus and people are already like, this card's like okay, it's fine. It's seeing play now in Icelander matchups, like Icelander mirrors, but now it's like, oh, by the way, now I can mess with your pajamas.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, it's like a fine card, but
yeah, it's not exciting, but it is like a sideboard card.
And ruining the Tunic math can be pretty brutal, which is nice.
Yeah, it can cause a lot of frustration. That's for sure.
Yeah. So that's that. What does Tempest Aurora do?
That's a good question. Okay, so it's a wizard action, costs 0, blocks for 2, comes in all 3 colors, And it is the next card you play this turn with cost 2 or less and an arcane damage effect. Instead deals that much arcane damage +1. So it's a +1 to whatever you're doing. Obviously, very much looks like support just for Surge.
Yeah.
And then the yellow is the next card you play with cost 1 or less, and then the blue is 0. So it looks like this is just support for Surge cards to very specifically give those enough damage to trigger their Surge effects. I don't know how competitive this is as a buff effect in Wizards specifically. I don't know that it sees its way out of this set or the bulk bin.
Yeah.
I could maybe see the blue one, but I think a lot of the cards that Wizard cares about are probably 1 or 2 cost, like the ones that they really want buffs on. So I think it's just in an awkward spot. I think probably low, stale, probably bordering on rotten.
Yeah, I would go rotten on this. Well, that's Wizard. Neither of us are much Wizard players, so we're not exactly excited. Though I would be really interested to see what a Surge deck would look like. But we'll see. Now we're into Illusionist. And we have a legendary here. Invoke Soraya, which is a yellow, 2 cost, light illusionist action. Wait, what? Prism. This is invocation. A legendary invocation to transform a chosen spectral shield you possess into Soraya. Go again. It's weird writing on that.
It is a little bit weird. Also, apparently I think the Fabled version is actually misprinted.
Oh, really?
They have her name on the Fabled version, or maybe just the regular Legendary version, calls her Soraya Arcane Herald, and that is not her name.
Oh. It's Archangel of Knowledge, right?
Yes. Yeah. So very specifically and super randomly, if you're looking at the card as written, it doesn't work because it's telling you to transform it into a card that doesn't exist.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Fabrary has just the regular Legendary version and the Fabled version, and they don't have the flip side. But I have a picture of the flip side here.
Okay.
So yeah, Soraya, Archangel of Knowledge. She's a light illusionist angel ally, and she has 4 attack and 4 defense. And she has once per turn action for 2 resources, attack. Whenever Soraya attacks, you may banish a light card from your hero's soul. If you do, she deals 1 arcane damage to any target. But also, whenever Soraya deals damage, you gain that much life. So this is the first instance of lifelink that we've seen on a Flesh and Blood card.
Oh my god. And she got Ward 4, right?
And yes, sorry, she does have Ward 4. So if your hero would be dealt damage, instead prevent 4 of that and destroy Soraya. So she is unfortunately pretty fragile because your opponent just deals any amount of damage to you, and that triggers and you have to sacrifice her. But if she is able to stay in play, this is a lot of value that you're able to get out of this card.
Oh, yeah.
Like, not only are you able to ping whatever you want by banishing cards from your soul, you're also just gaining life, like a lot of life.
Yeah, this card's very scary, and well, I guess not too scary in CC right now, but I guess eventually will be. But it probably pretty awesome in Blitz. Life gain in Blitz. My God.
You already start with so little.
Yeah. So this card, this is going to play like a Fresh to Death, right? Every single time.
Yep. Oh, it's such a cool card.
All right, what about this next Tetris card? What does Celestial Kimono do?
Oh, we want to talk about Celestial Kimono now, do we? Okay, so this is the Illusionist Relic of War. It is a chest piece for Illusionist. And once per turn, when Celestial Kimono or a non-token permanent you control with Ward is destroyed, gain a resource. And this card has Ward 1. The fact that this card has Ward 1, I think, makes it maybe one of the worst cards I've seen in a long time.
Yeah. God, I'm trying to think about. Whoa. So, all right, your opponent attacks you, and like let's say you let this pop, you get a resource. Maybe you can use it for a instant aura. Not too great.
Maybe.
Now, if you have a bunch of things with ward, you can stack them, right? However you want them to pop. So there is that, but also like that's not that great on your opponent's turn. There are things like the sigil protection that has ward that will pop on your turn anyway if they don't deal damage to you. So you get one extra resource. I don't know. This feels like they're really trying to do something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the way that you fix this card is just remove ward 1 from it. And just say whenever a non-potent token permanent you control with ward is destroyed, gain a resource, and then maybe give it like Battle Worn or Blade Break or something. Like maybe make it 2 defense with Blade Break, so that you're kind of incentivized to block with it at some point.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe then that's too much value. Maybe that adds too many resources over the course of the game. Anyway, maybe this design just shouldn't have existed.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to take a lot of work. You know, I'm just like scrolling through. I mean, they're printing a lot of ward stuff, but geez, I don't know. It feels like it's going to be like a lot of work for just one resource a turn.
Yeah, and like it's a majestic. This feels like a common equipment. I don't know. I would play Blossom of Spring over this like almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. It does not feel like a good card. So I'm going to say like low stale. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to say rotten, but yeah.
I'm going to give it a low stale purely because I actually love the art.
Yeah, the art's amazing.
The kimono itself does look like a Tetris piece, but like
kind of cool.
I've never seen a kimono not on a person, so maybe that's just what they look like.
All right. Well, next we have Wave of Reality, which is the Illusionist Equipment Arms. When it has no defense or anything, but it does have Ward 1. There's a Ward card. It's a rare. When Wave of Reality is destroyed, create a Spectral Shield token. A fine rare piece. I don't think it's better than Dreamweavers. I don't think it's better than whatever the one that makes transforms an ash. I'm pretty stale on it, though. I guess maybe in Blitz it's kind of cool. It's like it does effectively block 2.
Yeah, it blocks 2 in 2 instances of 1. Randomly, I'm very high on this card, specifically because of Aggro Prism.
Okay.
I think that this card actually functions better than any other card that I wanted to run. I was considering trying out Dreamweavers, but I honestly don't think that Dreamweavers is as impactful in that deck as I want it to be, even though I run a ton of things that have Phantasm, give Phantasm. Like, just having one instance of removing Phantasm from something just wasn't really worth the slot. So I was actually running the Quelling Gloves over like everything else, and I think that this is way better than Quelling Gloves. This blocks for 2, and I don't have to pay anything into it.
Yeah, I can see that. Ooh, so you say like, fresh on it?
Yeah. Fresh specifically in my Aggro Prism deck, and it's not just any aggro. It is my Aggro Prism.
Okay, specifically, this is a fresh for Bill's Aggro Prism deck, folks.
Yeah. So for anybody else who is me.
Yeah. All right. What does Phantasmal Symbiosis do?
This card is also obscene for my deck, by the way. I am extremely excited. Yeah, this card's gross. This is a great attack. But yeah, so this is an Illusionist attack action, Majestic. Costs 1, pitches for 2, so it's a yellow, which is already crazy. That's something that the deck really looks for. It has Phantasm, and it also says, when this attacks, name a card. Cards with that name are Illusionist until end of turn. So I think what the actual implication of this card is you're supposed to be able to name a card that your opponent has, like one of their poppers or whatever. If you're playing against a deck that you know would side in something, you can say, oh, I'm going to name Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath, and now my cards can't get popped by that because it has to be a non-illusionist card. I think that's what the actual intended use case of this is. For me, what I'm going to be doing is naming Snatch, so that they all become Illusionist cards and gain Go again off of Luminaris.
That's really cool. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So this, like, when I saw this card, I was like, oh man, it's a 1 for 6 with Phantasm. That's already perfect. It blocks for 3. That's even better. It gives my snatches go again.
That's so cool. Oh my God. That's going to be really neat. So this is going to probably like be, this is fresh to death, right? This is just like, there's no downside to this card.
Like, even outside of my aggro deck, this is just a good, like, illusionist card. This is just a good attack. And yeah, in the use case where you're using it sort of almost defensively, I guess it would still be offensively because you're making your opponent not be able to block. It does require a little bit of knowledge, but it could close out the game for you. If you know your opponent only has one card that can potentially pop your things, you just turn that off for the turn and you go, okay, I'm attacking you with all these super efficient things.
That's very cool. That's very cool.
Love that card. Really good.
Yeah, fresh to death. Next, we have Spectral Procession, which I love the art on this. It's like a little Halloween parade. This is a illusionist attack action. Blocks for 3. Costs 0. It's a red. It's a majestic. Its attack is equal to the number of spectral shields you control as Phantasm. Very cool. Build up spectral shields. Attack for a bunch for just 0, which is pretty awesome.
It's like a game ender for more control-y illusionist decks that care a lot about amassing spectral shields, which is great.
Yeah, I think this is probably like solid, fresh, big time build around.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I like it. What's Tome of? What's Tome of Ao? What does Tome of Ao do? Ao? I don't know.
So Tome of early 2000s hip hop and R&B. Tome of Ao is an illusionist action aura, blocks for 2 and costs 1, pitches for 3. I don't remember if I said that, but it has ward 1. So if you would be dealt damage, you have to sacrifice this and prevent 1 of the damage. And at the beginning of your action phase, destroy this and draw a card. So it's actually not a bad payoff if you're able to keep it around. And it does feel like, especially with Spectral Procession as part of the context, it feels like they're looking to make a deck that makes, or they're looking to have a deck and a strategy that makes a ton of spectral shields, which makes it easier to keep your ward stuff around, because you can choose to break your spectral shields first before your more impactful stuff that also has ward. So like that might have been why they made Celestial Kimono the way that it is, but Celestial Kimono doesn't trigger off of spectral shields, and also your opponent just attacks you on turn 1 and it breaks. Anyway, we've already talked about that. I think Tome of Ao is fine. I would have almost preferred it as a yellow, just for Prism stuff, for Luminaris specifically in Blitz. But I do also think I have like my own tinfoil hat theory, since it's my turn now, that we're going to be getting an illusionist that cares about blue pitch cards.
Oh yeah,
because
Spooky
we have
blue.
Dromai who cares about red, and we have Prism who cares about yellow. I think we're going to get something that cares about blue, in which case I think this card's probably going to be pretty good.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think we're definitely getting that. And I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the kimono. I mean, if you're playing the Wave of Reality, maybe you can keep the kimono around, like for that turn 0, turn 1. There might be something here with the ward thing. I don't know. I don't know.
It's possible, especially because they printed a few other pieces of ward support.
Yeah.
So maybe. I think it needs more pieces first in order to actually work with it. Because I think spectral shields were errated to be. They are token permanents. So again, they don't trigger Celestial Kimono, but I think they do officially have Ward 1. Like that is, they've changed the
really?
long form text of it. They have the keyword Ward now.
Interesting.
So for things that care about that at some point, could be good.
Could be good.
But,
we do have another ward card here. Blessing of Spirits is the Illusionist Blessing. Like the other ones, cost 1, defense for 2. It's an aura. It has all of them will have ward 1, and at the start of your turn, you can you destroy it and then create 3 spectral shields, 2 and 1 based on the color. And this seems like something for this deck. And I mean, 3 spectral shields in this deck seems pretty good.
Yeah, it's a lot. Obviously on top of whatever else you're using to defend. But this is an incredibly competitive rate for Spectral Shields. Because the only other card that kind of makes them in this capacity is Prismatic Shield from Monarch, which costs 3 to make 3, 2, and 1. I think the blue makes 1. So this you obviously do have to protect it because it has ward. But the payoff is like greater than we've seen for other Spectral Shield cards. So yeah, I think this card's great, especially in this strategy. It is, of course, completely predicated on whether or not you can protect it. But if you can, the payoff is worth it. So I'd definitely say fresh for the decks that want it.
Yeah. I'm
maybe
really
not
interested.
like a super like widely applicable card.
Yeah.
Not for every illusionist, but yeah.
I'm interested to see what this deck's going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
What does Tranquil Passing do?
Tranquil Passing is really interesting. It's a illusionist action aura. It costs 1, and it has all 3 colors. When Tranquil Passing enters the arena, you may banish target aura token or aura permanent with cost 3 or less controlled by an opponent until Tranquil Passing leaves the arena. And it also has ward 1. So, and then the yellow is target aura token or aura permanent with cost 2 or less, and then blue one is 1 or less. So it's kind of like Oblivion Ring for another Magic the Gathering reference. But I don't know, against decks that have auras, I mean, it's removal. It's straight up removal. I mean, until they get it back by destroying it with ward. But again, I think the way that they want this deck to work is you have a buffer of things to prevent ward from necessarily triggering on the stuff that you want it to trigger or you don't want it to trigger on. So it could be interesting. The fact that it's only auras makes it a lot more limited. They did just print a bunch of new auras within this set, though. So
yeah, grab your opponent's blessings or whatever. You know, it's like, hey, you're not going to get this for a bit unless you attack me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, randomly kind of good against like Channel Lake Frigid, because that is an aura as well. Yeah, they're weird cards, new design space, which I always appreciate. I will say that every single time there's a new weird card that's printed. But definitely very narrow. Probably sideboard low fresh, maybe high stale.
Yeah. I would say high
probably
stale.
close to stale.
Yeah. Sideboard. Next we have Spectral Prowler, which is a 0 for 4 attack, 3 defense. Comes all 3 colors, so 4, 3, and 2. When you play it, if you control a Spectral Shield, this gains Go Again, and it has Phantasm. 0 for 4 Go Again. It's kind of cool.
So this is another one of those cards that's actually insane in my deck specifically.
Man,
just
Bill.
Because you just don't have that many options for the strategy that I'm trying to do. Just to give you a little tiny overview, I don't want to go into a whole like deck tech or anything, but I'm looking to buff cards with Phantasmify and Transmogrify, things that turn things into illusionist cards and then buff them by a bunch, and then give them Go Again with Luminaris. So you can do that with like non-illusionist cards. Right now, I'm currently playing like Illuminate in the slot that these are going to be filling now. And Illuminate is actually worse than these cards because if it hits, it goes into your soul. And going into your soul is bad because of fractal replication. So I want to buff this card. First of all, I want to use it either for resources or blocking. But if I need to, I want to buff this card and then copy it with fractal replication. So the blues and the yellows are like objectively very playable in my deck.
Okay. Well, I think the red's going to be playable in the Spectral Shield deck. Yeah. And, you know, hey, listen, Bill's Aggro Prism deck is looking really good right now.
Yeah, I'm actually getting so many upgrades. It's awesome.
So fresh?
It's like just
low fresh?
Yeah,
probably.
Fresh, yeah.
What does Spectral Rider do?
So this is another instance of Overpower. It's an illusionist attack action. It comes in all 3 colors. It costs 3 and attacks for 8, 7, or 6, depending on the color. Blocks for 3 across all of them. And when you play Spectral Rider, if you control a Spectral Shield, it gains Overpower. And then it has Phantasm. So this goes, I think, right alongside Spectral Procession. in the deck where you want to have these really highly impactful attacks while hiding behind your spectral shields. So having the ability to just crash in for 8 with overpower is like a lot.
Yeah. This card is like there's a couple other illusionist cards with similar rates without overpower, and I'm just blanking on them right now, but I think you just kind of rock with these instead.
Yeah, because even in decks where you don't need a bunch of them, like Spectral Procession, obviously you need a bunch, but this one just you need one. So the active case is actually pretty easy to satisfy.
The blue's quite good, and I think you'll play like 1 or 2 of the red. Just because 8 overpower seems awesome. But probably like low fresh on these.
Yeah, I'd say low fresh for the Spectral Shield deck specifically. I don't think that these are as widely applicable, but I think that they are good in decks that want to make and sort of keep a bunch of Spectral Shields around.
Sure.
Really like it. Yeah.
So I think this next card's, pretty good, actually. A little bit better than the other Lantern card. So this is Water Glow Lanterns. This is a 0 for... It's an illusionist action. It's 2 defense, 0 cost, comes in red, yellow, blue. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it's red, create a special shield token, and then obviously if it's yellow, if it's blue, and then it says go again. So I'm assuming that you love the yellow in this.
Not for my deck specifically, but I think that the yellow is obviously quite good in most Prism decks, and I think the blue is going to be the most playable one because, again, I very, very strongly believe that we're going to be getting an illusionist that cares about blue pitch. So you're likely going to be playing a ton of blue pitches in that deck. This just makes you a Spectral Shield. You also care about Spectral Shields in the deck, and I think having a single Spectral Shield is more impactful on average than a single Rune Chant for the other to compare against the other Lanterns card.
Definitely.
I think that this card's good. Like, I think it's actually a very solid card.
Yeah, I think it's like a solid fresh. So, that's Illusionist. It looks like Bill's aggro Prism deck got quite a few upgrades, and then we got some cool Spectral Shield stuff as well. I'm interested to see what the Ward stuff will play out like, but it's probably going to need a little bit more like juice.
Yeah. And like right now, like I was saying with the other, when we were talking about the Illusionist Blessing, getting Spectral Shields most of the time is pretty inefficient. Like Blessing of Spirits is the most efficient rate that we've gotten for Spectral Shields, and that's kind of saying something. Yeah. So we'll just have to see, I suppose.
Yeah, I know it'll be fun. Now we have a couple generic cards here. One of them being the legendary Crown of Dominion. What does that do? It doesn't do much.
It has like basically 1 line of text. Technically 2, but basically 1. Generic head equipment. Your hero is royal, and when you equip this, create a gold token. So currently the only way to make gold tokens, I think. Because we have a bunch of ways to make silver. We have obviously infinite ways to make bronze. This is the only way to make a gold token.
And a gold token is an token item. Pay 2, destroy it, draw a card, go again.
So interesting. I was expecting us to see more payoffs for royal things. I was very much like waiting on, just things that care about being royal. There are 3 that we're going to be talking about very shortly here, but it feels like you're giving up a ton of real estate for this specific effect, to become royal and to get a gold token, where the head slot in a lot of decks is like a very important slot, especially when you consider you're either playing this or you're playing like what's the one from Uprising, the one that lets you sink below.
Crown of Providence.
Crown of Providence. Yeah, like comparing this to that, Crown of Providence is obscene. That card is really good. Yeah, I don't know. It's a very specific card. I obviously want it and need it because the art is fantastic. and goes in. I think I would probably play it in an Emperor deck just to be like, hey, it's doubly true.
Yeah, it cancels out, so I'm not royal
Damn
anymore.
right it is.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to make any waves in the competitive realm.
No.
And I think we just leave it that. I don't even think it should get a rating because it's just a cool legendary that's not good in competitive play, which is cool. We do have a generic equipment offhand called Ornate Tessin, which has its little fan thing. Instant, pay 1, destroy it. Put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw a card. Kind of all right, you know. I don't think it's if you're cool. Let me think about it. Like Brute, play like one Mandible Claw,
one
and
claw
a
and a fan.
Oh man, that'd be hilarious. I think this card's like just okay, and it's a rare, whatever. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's that good.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's the fact that it's the first, at least, no, not the first generic offhand, because we also have Arcane Lantern. That's the other generic offhand. If you really have a deck that requires like a specific set of cards or a specific card or whatever, getting any extra dig is pretty important. The thing that's rough about it though is that it requires you to not play a two-handed weapon, and a lot of decks that care about getting specific cards together usually play two-handed weapons. Like you can't play this in Wizard, you can't play this in Warrior, you can't play this in my Aggro Prism deck because we play Luminaris and that's a two-handed staff. So it's a little bit weird. I think it's an interesting thing. I always love just like cards that are totally fine and are generic. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. But yeah, I don't think it's impactful really.
Yeah, probably rotten. I really want the cold foil. I think it'd look really cool.
It's gonna be a pretty fan.
But tell us what the Spellfray suite does.
Yeah, so Spellfray, we saw the three of them. We saw the Cloak, Gloves, and Leggings in specifically the Monarch pre-constructed Blitz decks. This was the only way that you could get them, which is why I don't own any. I've never owned a Spellvoid piece of equipment before. But with this one, they also introduced the Tiara. So because before they had the specific Monarch headpieces, there was the Halo... and then the one for Shadow as well. But yeah, so they all just have Spell Void 1. Really easy line of text. They all block for 0, but Spell Void is if your hero would be dealt arcane damage, you may destroy this to prevent one of that damage. So it's kind of like Ward, but for specifically arcane damage and on a piece of equipment. I think these are totally fine. I'm actually happy to see them reprinted so that I can finally own some. Just to have them as an option. They're never really like your first pick, but they are a good option to have. If you have you don't use legs, you don't have a specific set of legs in the specific hero, and you're up against an arcane, like an arcane damage dealer, you can just be like, oh, well, I just need the one extra life, and like paying into Arcane Barrier isn't as efficient for me, so just pop on some Spellfray Leggings. Yeah, they're like fine.
And I guess in like Blitz, you can now wear all 4 of them for Kano when they do the 4 damage spell. It's blanking on me right now.
Aether Wildfire.
Aether Wildfire. Yeah. You
just the flavor of that is they cast Aether Wildfire and you just strip completely.
Yeah, it's like. But yeah, I mean these are serviceable, like high stale sideboard options. So good to see the Tiara and the reprint, which is nice. Now next we have Imperial Edict, which is our first royal payoff, which is a red 1 cost generic action item. It's legendary. You can only have 1. You have this guy like screaming while reading a scroll. Has an action. You destroy it. Name a card. The named card can't be played until the start of your next turn. If you are royal, instead, each opponent reveals their hand, then name a card. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't think honestly the next three, this one and the next two, sorry,
Yeah.
I don't think they really need ratings, because
Okay.
right now we really don't have like payoff for royal stuff,
Mm-hmm.
except for these, which are legendary. Like you can only have one of these each in your deck, and you either have to be playing the emperor or you have to be wearing his hat.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, I'll read the other two real quick. Imperial Ledger, 0 cost, generic action item, legendary action. Shuffle it into your owner's deck. Create a copper token. If you're a royal, create a gold token. Kind of cool. And then the Imperial Warhorn, which is a 2 cost generic action item. These are all reds. Legendary action. Pay 1, destroy it. Choose any number of heroes. Each of them chooses an ally, aura, item, or landmark permanent they control. Destroy each permanent chosen this way. If you are royal, you choose those permanents. Yeah, I don't know. This is just stuff to run in your UPF PVE royal deck.
Yeah. Very, very interestingly, actually, I think thanks to DM Armada, he posted a YouTube short. Apparently these come in cold foil as well.
Ooh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, somebody pulled, I believe, a ledger, and it was cold foil, and people were like, yeah, I didn't even know these were going to come in cold foil. So yeah, I definitely need those, plus the Marvel Crown of Dominion, plus a cold foil Emperor, plus the three
CNCs?
Fabled Command and Conquers.
Well, rest in peace to your wallet, my friend.
Yeah,
We did it. We reviewed Dynasty. This is our third set together doing it.
Yeah.
It's a blast as always, my friend. I always appreciate hanging out with you for an afternoon, though it's dark out now. Thank you again. Please plug anything you need to plug, my friend, before we say goodbye.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, I always very much appreciate doing these. I always look forward to them. They're actually so much fun. So as long as you'll keep having me, I'll keep coming on. But yeah, once again, I am Bill from the Spike Feeders. You can find me on Twitter at BillTSF. You can find me on YouTube at the Spike Feeders Fab. And then you can also find the podcast that I'm on with Kel from Red Zone Rogue and Az from Go Again Gaming. We're called the Living Legends Podcast, and we're found anywhere you consume your podcasts, including YouTube. And yeah, this was so much fun.
Yeah. Well, please check out all of Bill's stuff. Great content, always. Great person. Big Buds energy, always. You can continue to find me on Twitter at FreshBudsPod. Please like, comment, subscribe on the YouTube. Check out the Bud Rush Bellow. Check out the Buds Discord. We all hang out there. Check out the Patreon. And, tip your servers. Usually we finish talking about food, but I'm just really, really hungry. So I think we're both going to go slam some food after this slog. But it was a lot of fun. Can't wait to build my Bolt and Daggers deck after this, and everybody.
Yeah. we'll have to coordinate on that one, I think, because I'm pretty interested in theory crafting that too.
Oh, I'll be sending you some deck lists. All right, everybody, please have a great week and enjoy Dynasty. You want to tell us what? Oh man, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this. What is do? But this is not. It does not seem good. This feels very rotten to me.